The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, if it please the Commission, I appear today with Mr Freeburn.
Thank you.
I please the Commission. I appear with my learned friends, Ms Nicholas and Mr Prosciutto for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The three witnesses today were employed by the Department of Social Services at the relevant time. They are Mr Andrew Whitecross, Mr Murray Kimber and Ms Kath Halbert. The proposal is that I tender their documents according to each witness at the time that they are called, but Mr Whitecross is ready to take the oath or affirmation.
Yes, which do you prefer, Mr Whitecross, oath or affirmation? Okay, would you just stand up and I'll get that administered? Thank you.
The response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, take a seat. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you. Could you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Andrew William Whitecross.
And your current occupation?
I'm the First Assistant Secretary on Secondment to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. I'm the Deputy Head of the NDIS Review Task Force.
Thank you. You were given a notice to give evidence and produce documents NTG-0069 dated 15 November 2022 and produced a statement in response to that notice dated 24 November 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
There are a number of documents to which you refer, and Commissioner, I can say that there are a number of additional documents which have been added to his bundle. I tender Mr Whitecross' notice and statement and the series of documents which appear in the draft list numbered provisionally, including those two from 2030 to 2068.
Yes, those documents will be admitted as exhibits bearing the numbers they're given in the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Whitecross, relevant to the issues with which this Commission is concerned, your substantive role was that of branch manager rates and means testing policy in the social security stream as the Department of Social Services for the period from April 2014 to June 2017. That's correct?
That's correct.
Would you explain just a little of the nature of your role and the areas covered by that branch?
Sure. The branch was responsible for two main areas of policy. One was to do with payment rates, which included such things as adequacy of payments, indexation of payments, the design of payments to match the circumstances of people, and the other was means testing, and that went to issues to do with the definition of income and the calculation of income for assessment of social security payments.
Additionally, during the period from July 2014 to November 2014, you had the acting role of Group Manager Welfare Reform in the Social Security stream, again within DSS?
Yes.
And could you briefly outline what was dealt with by that branch?
So that was a short-term task force that was set up to develop proposals on reform of the welfare system. So it was a policy development exercise to advise government on ways that the system could be improved to achieve modernise the payment system a bit, improve some adequacy for some payments, simplify the structure of the system.
Were you aware at that point in time of that Mr McClure had been engaged to provide a report in respect of the multiplicity of payments and the social security generally?
So I worked for a period on the McClure review, and what the Welfare Reform Task Force was doing was considering how to give effect to some of the recommendations and do the detailed policy design around those recommendations.
And during that period, that is through to November 2014, you were copied in, I think, to some emails which dealt with the initial concept of a proposal generated by DHS.
I think
I'm referring to paragraph 20.
yeah. I think I was copied into some things to do with payment integrity and debt. I'm not sure whether those proposals specifically were related to Robodebt or not, but they related to payment integrity. I was copied in. The email went to myself and Alana Foster, who was the acting group manager of the group where compliance was located. So she would have been the primary focus of payment integrity things.
Yes. And you identify in paragraph 20 that Alana Foster was acting group manager, social security policy, and in that position she oversaw Mr. Kimber.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the next acting role that you had, and that was acting group manager, social security policy, between the period 12 January 2015 to 3 February 2015.
That's right. Yeah.
In that role, you were copied into a number of email exchanges with attached documents relating to what became the Robodebt scheme.
That's right.
Yes.
Copied into and contributed
to, yes. I propose to take you through a number of those emails over the next perhaps 45 minutes or so to develop a clear picture of how the issues developed in respect of ultimately the questions of the need for policy and legislative advice. Now, the commencement of your involvement, I understand, was on the 15th or 16th of January 2015. That is your commencement with any interaction to do with the proposal which became the Robodebt scheme.
Well, I was involved in a meeting on the 12th of January, which I referred to in paragraph 32.
Oh, sorry, yes, I've skipped ahead too far. This, if it can be brought up, DSS 5018 0002 4231. Exhibit 2032. If we could go to the second page of the document, just to set the scene for what you were ultimately forwarded, Mr. Whitecross, we can see that there is an initial email from Melissa Ryan to Kath Halbert on 8 January 2015. The subject is options to strengthen eligibility and participation requirements. Yeah. And the body of the email indicates a reference to Kath and Joe. Thank you for our talking with today, indicating some conversation, it would seem, between Ms. Ryan and one or both of Kath and Joe. And what was conveyed in the body, balance of the body, was that we, a reference to DHS presumably, have been asked by Minister Morrison to prepare a brief by next week on compliance, including serious fraud, payment integrity options, etc., plus possible options that could be explored to strengthen eligibility and participation requirements for job seekers. And so that goes on in respect of other proposals that were being developed. The next relevant sentence is I'm mindful that each proposal will have costs/savings that would need to be worked through in more fulsome detail, including possible legislative changes, consequences/risks. And there was the hope that there would be a meeting on the 12th of January to work through some issues. Now, the next email in the trail was from Ms Halbert to a redacted person, and then from that redacted person to Ms Halbert, who said they'd come back with a fresh mind today, and there's a reference to Alana. That was the earlier reference to the person who was then acting in the role, or had just finished acting in the role. It is Alana Foster.
Alana Foster, yeah. So the reference in the to participation eligibility and participation requirements, that was Alana's substantive branch position, and Danielle Donegan worked also in that branch, so that may also have been a reference to eligibility and participation measures which were also being discussed at the same time.
And at the top of the page, there's a reference to a Deputy Secretary meeting tomorrow afternoon, and that would appear to be on the coming Monday. And if we then go to the email on the Monday morning from Ms Foster to you, copying in Mr Kimber and Ms Donegan, there was an arrangement for a meeting early that morning about compliance issues and inviting you to attend.
Yep.
The email which follows is from Mr Kimber to Ms Foster, yourself and Ms Halbert. The first line indicates a brief discussion this morning. That's the meeting that had been arranged for 9:45. Confirmed the concept of the briefings being prepared for Minister Morrison for his return. Did you understand that to be his return from holidays? Or you can't now recall?
I can't recall, but that would make sense, yeah, given the time of year.
And Mr Kimber indicates that he'd had a brief conversation with Mark Withnall regarding the compliance side of things. Do you recall that Mr Withnall was an SES Band 2?
He was a Band 2 in charge of compliance in DHS.
Yes. And so a relatively senior member of the SES branch in DHS.
That's right.
Yes. There was a discussion there which appears to reflect Mr Kimber's conversation with Mr Withnall, and there was at that time a degree of uncertainty about what the Minister was expecting, and a number of options were identified as possible matters that might be considered. That's right?
Yep.
The first is probably the most relevant here. The PAYG/income declaration data matching debt clean-up through application of streamlining of income process, consistent with the idea that was being considered as part of initial 15-16 budget thinking. I'll pause there. Initial 15-16 budget thinking, in your experience, would be a process undertaken in about November 2014?
Could have been any time from, September to November, probably.
Okay, maybe earlier than that, yes. Does require legio change. Did you understand that phrase to be a reference to legislation?
Mm-hmm.
And,
yes.
Also a different way of considering how a debt is established. To your mind, this indicated some consideration of a topic which had been undertaken at an earlier point in time, where the requirement for legislative change and a different means of calculating a debt was identified.
That's right.
And you're again copied into the response from Ms Halbert at the top of the email to Mr Kimber, thanking him for his input. Exhibit 2033, DSS.5006.0001.2529 could be brought up. This next email is one from Mark Jones to you. On the Friday of the same week. Do you recall how it came to be that Mr. Jones was prompted to forward you the email attachment below?
No, I don't recall the sequence of emails on that day ending at the one referred to at paragraph 38 of my statement. I wrote to Ms. Wilson, and at that time I said as requested. So my understanding is that I'd received a request from Ms. Wilson for advice in relation to this particular measure, and that I would have gone back to Mr. Kimber and asked for further information about it, and we probably had a conversation. And as a result, Mr. Jones has forwarded me an email with some background advice on it.
And at least in the context of the first email I took you to the train on Sunday the 11th and Monday the 12th, there was a suggestion that a Deputy Secretary meeting might have occurred on the Monday. That would have involved Ms. Wilson.
Yeah.
And so it's likely that her request to you occurred sometime that week.
Well, I think it occurred on the Friday morning. That's my sense of it.
Yes.
I mean, she's obviously got visibility of this idea and wanted to get a read on it.
Yeah. All right. So what Mr. Jones sent to you, that is the information below, contained effectively a legal advice dated Thursday, 18 December 2014 from Ms. Pulford, copied to Ms. Pulford, and then a policy advice. Again, names have been redacted, but over on the second and third pages we can see the policy advice. If we could just go to the pages ending 2530 and 2531.
If I might just by way of assistance to the Commission, I understand, I'm not clear if Mr. Whitecross has a copy of all of these documents unredacted before him. I can provide a copy. I'm making some inquiries in relation to the redactions of the names. It just may be of assistance if he sees all the people that are identified in correspondence.
Mr. Whitecross, what are you looking at? Do you have those names redacted in front of you? Or?
Yes, well, on the screen I have them redacted. They're probably not redacted in here if I pull
Okay,
up.
have a look and see if you've got an unredacted copy, because it'll make sense without, clearly.
Yeah. Got one here.
An unredacted copy?
Unredacted copy, yeah.
Yes, all right.
Thanks.
Thank you. And you can see there that there was a policy advice dated 7 November 2014, followed by a legal advice dated 18 December. Earlier in the email, there's a summary of the proposal which was to be considered for the purpose of the provision of those advices.
Yes.
And that's what's been forwarded to you.
That's right.
Now, if we then go, obviously you read those documents closely once you received them.
Yes, I did.
And then, as you said earlier, you forwarded, or rather sent an email to Ms. Wilson later that afternoon, which reflected effectively your summary of what you had been forwarded in the legal and the policy advice.
That's right.
If Exhibit 65, DSS.5031, thank you. Your email to Ms Wilson, copied to Mr Joyce, is almost at 6 p.m. on the Friday evening, and you haven't forwarded the body of the policy and email advice that you received, but as you indicate, you have effectively summarised the proposal and identified the DSS concerns.
That's right.
Yes.
And I've specifically said that DSS Public Law Branch have expressed a view. So,
Yes, that's right. And you certainly considered that you had accurately summarised the advice that you had received, albeit in a more condensed and direct form.
that's right.
Yes. And given your experience, you were certainly in a position to condense it and provide a direct summary to the Deputy Secretary.
That's right.
Yes.
That's
So there was the identification of both legal and policy problems with the proposal at that point in time.
yes, there was.
And first dot point to which you referred, at the bottom commencing DSS Public Law Branch, if that and the four below it could be called out. You referred to the confirmation that the Public Law Branch suggested the calculation method, and it was described at this point as a smoothing employment income over an extended period, does not accord with social security legislation, which specifies that employment income is to be assessed fortnightly, and it follows the debt amount calculated would not be supported by law.
That's correct.
To your mind, there was no wriggle room on that legal proposition, was there?
No, there wasn't.
It couldn't be clearer.
Exactly.
Yes. And then you identify in the 3 points which are on the screen, we'll come to the second page shortly, policy considerations which are also relevant from the perspective of DSS.
That's right.
You identify that it's counter to the policy rationale for assessing employment income on a fortnightly basis, which is to ensure that income support payments are made when income support recipients are most in need. Could you elaborate on that concept of when they're most in need?
Well, social security payments generally, and they are designed to assist people when they don't have income.
Yes.
And so if you've lost your job or you don't have any work at the moment, so you don't have money to meet the necessities of life, we pay you social security. So we calculate that by reference to the specific entitlement fortnight in order to ensure that you've got money you need at that time. So that's the logic of using a fortnightly assessment. Using a longer period of assessment might mean that when you actually need money, you can't get hold of money, and it might mean that you're being paid money at other times of the year when you actually didn't need the money. So it's a way of targeting assistance to the points in time in people's lives when they need assistance.
The third dot point that's called out refers to the quality of the information provided by the ATO to DHS being at a high level, and your understanding at this point is a reference to PAYG data, which was not at a fortnightly level but an annualised level, or for at least a longer period than a fortnight.
It's a period longer than a fortnight, and the high level would also have been a reference to the fact that it might include taxable amounts in the PAYG calculation which wouldn't be included in a social security income assessment.
And the consequence of that, as you point out, as such, it is unclear whether the proposed algorithm could accurately identify those who did not correctly declare income during the period when they received income support. And there would be particular difficulties where a person has been in and out of employment and subsequently on and off income support payments.
That's correct, yes.
A further issue identified was that it would result in different outcomes for those who do not correctly declare employment income compared to those who do. One of the perhaps ironies of the concept of income smoothing was that it might produce a better result for those who did not declare employment income, because it would average out their income over a period of time, and that average might fall below the threshold of entitlement.
That's right, yeah. There were potentials for perverse outcomes.
And for that reason, it would be hard to defend and could provide an incentive to income support recipients to not declare income fortnightly. That was an obvious policy reason, which was directly counter to the purpose of providing people income when they needed it most and ensuring that they reported income as they should during the relevant fortnight. Yes. In terms of that would create a structural flaw. It was probably not as important a policy reason as targeting to the fortnight of receipt, but it certainly had. It certainly would have been a perverse outcome. Yes. On the following page, you identify the question of review rights, which are problematic. It follows from your concise summary of the legal position that the debt amount calculated would not be supported by law. In your first dot point, that debts calculated in this manner would be likely to be overturned by a tribunal.
That's what I would expect to happen. I would expect that a tribunal would say, this doesn't correspond to what the rate calculator asks you to do.
And it really is as simple as that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Other aspects of the proposal, in terms of what a customer might be told or an income support recipient might be told, was that the proposal was ambiguous about whether the recipient would be informed that the debt was calculated on a smoothed amount and accordingly might be too high or too low, and that without that information, recipients would be impaired to some extent in making an informed choice about review.
So I think that, well, that's right. I think income support recipients in the normal course of dealing with Department of Human Services would be entitled to expect that there'd been some diligence to apply the provisions of the Act and, in relation to how fortnightly assessment. So they might be inclined to take on face value a statement by the department that, the department had made a calculation and that a debt was owed. So if they weren't advised that it was, it had been estimated using a different methodology, they might not realise that there was a possibility of error.
All right. The last paragraph on the page could be called out, please. You refer here to a way forward and by reference to the single touch payroll initiative. Now, it wasn't implemented in practice at this time, but it was foreshadowed to be implemented in the coming years.
That's correct.
And your understanding of what was foreshadowed by the initiative was that it would provide a ready basis to calculate debts on a fortnightly basis, because it provided accurate real-time employment income details on a fortnightly basis.
It had the potential to. I guess we had to work through the detail of that, but that was what we were hoping.
Yes.
Do you know if it did? Do you know how it has worked out?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm a bit out of touch with the detail of it, so I couldn't say exactly. There is certainly a version of this of single touch payroll operating, but I couldn't tell you exactly.
That's fine. We'll find out elsewhere, I expect. Thank you.
And if we then go back to page 1, what follows from the analysis and recomposition of the earlier advices, informed by your experience and transmitted to Ms. Wilson, is her response at the top. Thanks, I was concerned about when Melissa described it to me. I'll go back to Melissa and let Finn know. And is Finn Pratt, to your understanding, the secretary?
That's what I understood. It was the secretary.
And did you understand Melissa to be a Ms. Golightly in DHS?
That's correct.
You were aware of her being a deputy secretary in DHS at this time?
That's right, and probably in the earlier conversation, she'd indicated that she'd had this described to her by Melissa.
Thank you. We can move forward to the following Monday, 19 January 2015. Exhibit 2034, DSS.5061.0001.0288. Thank you. At the bottom of the page, we can see from the top you're ultimately copied into an email train, but it starts from Ms. Ryan, Melissa Ryan. Although it's not obvious here, Ms. Ryan was employed in DHS at the time.
That's right.
And she sends an email in the middle of the page to Kath Halbert, copied in to Mr. Withnell. Now, to your knowledge, Mr. Withnell was also employed by DHS?
Yeah. Yes, that's my understanding. It says here he was in the Business Integrity Division.
Yes.
Or in charge of.
Thank you. And attached is the draft options, and they've been prepared by Mr. Withnell, who held that relatively high position within DHS that you spoke of. There's a reference there to a conversation between Mr. Withnell and Mr. Kimber, and we'll come to Mr. Kimber shortly, but he, of course, as we've seen from earlier emails, was in DSS as well and copied into a number of the emails that we've referred to.
That's right.
Attachment B is forwarded by Ms. Halbert to the Deputy Secretary, Ms. Wilson, and to you and to others, but it is, as the email in the middle points out, in anticipation of Tuesday's meeting with Minister Payne. This, of course, is sent on Monday the 19th. The anticipation was, as you understood things at the time, that there would be a meeting between people within DHS and the Minister responsible for DHS, Ms. Payne, the following day.
Yeah.
All right. Attachment B is Exhibit 2035. Thank you. And this was what was foreshadowed to be discussed with Minister Payne on 20 January. according to the email we'd just looked at. Now, the question with which we are concerned is the introductory paragraph and the potential priority new policy proposals described as PAYG cleanup. You can see that?
Yes.
The commencement of the document identifies that a number of options have been identified to strengthen the integrity of the welfare system, and they are outlined below. They are divided into two categories. The first is those which the department considers could be pursued as a matter of priority through a new policy proposal. The second is those that would need policy and possibly legislative change to proceed. But in respect of that, there is the note drafted by Mr. Withnell that savings are substantial and would more than offset the cost of all other proposals. But the specific proposal requires changes to the treatment of income away from fortnightly attribution to an annualised approach. That really was what you understood the proposal in respect of your advice to Ms. Wilson.
That's right. That's consistent with what I was describing to Ms. Wilson, or advising Ms. Wilson on.
Thank you. There is some particular language used in this draft under the heading PAYG cleanup. The subparagraph A deals with the concept of the introduction of a digital approach to interventions where there's historical information, and of course from your position, as we'll see as we go through the emails, this concept of the historical information had particular relevance to the question of changes to legislation and the retrospectivity of calculation for past years.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. This measure was focused on, past periods.
And the interventions in subparagraph B was proposed to be undertaken in a digital environment where the customer was presented with information obtained by the ATO, and an assessment of their correct welfare entitlement would be based on that information, using an income smoothing methodology to apportion the customer's income over the time of the employment, rather than the current cumbersome process whereby the department has to determine and apply income on a fortnightly basis. And the proposal included the opportunity for the customer to update the information prior to it being applied to their record. Firstly, the concept of income smoothing methodology was what was addressed in the earlier advices that forwarded to you and then summarised and added to by you to Ms. Wilson.
That's right.
And you're not at this point sure whether Ms. Wilson had conveyed that to DHS, but in any event it's reproduced. That is, the proposal about which DHS considered could not proceed for a range of reasons is reproduced in anticipation of a meeting with Ms. Payne the following day. I don't mean to be critical, but I appreciate that you're nodding because these are rather obvious oppositions.
Sorry.
But it is being transcribed.
Sorry, that is
Yes.
That's my understanding of the sequence of the emails.
Thank you. The concept of a cumbersome process really is a matter of perspective, isn't it? Because it's to be balanced between what you've described earlier today as providing income recipients with income support close to when they need it, that is within the fortnight that they need it. So there's a significant counter consideration to the question of any inconvenience or any perception of a cumbersome process.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. Subparagraph C can be pulled out, thank you. Says that the proposal removes the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information as the default, and instead relies on the use of data already collected by the ATO as the default, unless customers want to and are able to provide information that varies the outcome. Now, as you understood the proposal in these terms, the concept of the application of smoothing of PAYG data does not appear to be a last resort, does it?
This proposal clearly wasn't using ATO data as a last resort.
It's described as the default position.
That's right.
And because of that change, the default position or the proposed default position, the description of the proposal continues to say that the digital process will enable the department to undertake a much greater number of compliance reviews. We go then to subparagraph D. The much greater number of compliance reviews was identified as 866,857 interventions over 4 years, with anticipated returns of 1.2 billion in gross savings and debt. That's what DHS had proposed, at least at that point, in terms of the fiscal consequences of the proposal.
Yes, that's...
Would you say, Mr. Whitecross, that the proposal in those terms represented a radical departure from existing compliance activity?
Absolutely. It was a completely different approach to pursuing the question of whether overpayments had occurred at all, and how the department would interact with, DHS would interact with customers in relation to those debts, or those alleged debts.
Now, just before I proceed, we're concerned here with information that was copied to you on Monday the 19th of January 2015. I think you had a couple of days away from the office as you were unwell about this time.
19th and 20th, I believe.
19th and 20th, yes. So while you may have had the ability to check your emails on the 19th and 20th of January 2015, you're unlikely to be actively engaged in responding.
That's correct.
Could go to Exhibit 2036, DSS 5053 0001.0129. Ms. Halbert responds, that is, Ms. Halbert from DSS responds to Ms. Ryan from DHS, copying yourself and Mr. Kimber in, as well as the Deputy Secretary, indicating that we will have a look at that. That is, DSS will review that proposal in respect of Ms. Ryan's request.
Yes.
Exhibit 2037, please, DSS.5018.0003.0293. Again, I appreciate that you are on leave on this day, but you are copied into a further response in the trail, this time from Mr. Kimber. He addresses the email to yourself, Alana and Danielle, who've referred to in the previous emails. And of particular reference is his response to that, if that could be pulled out from DHS down to Murray K, please. He refers to a discussion or outline that Mark gave last week, that is Mark W, Mr Withnell, and that his team was preparing comments by mid-morning to go back through Ms Halbert. Ms Halbert had obviously indicated that the overarching brief, of which this attachment was part, was on its way across to DSS for comments also. And then there is the reference to the DHS meeting with Mr Payne that day, Tuesday, 20 January. Again, all of these emails appeared to follow a logical sequence of the development of this idea in anticipation to response for ministerial requests and upcoming ministerial meetings.
That's right. Part of a process of keeping colleagues informed on the progress of people's contributions.
Yes. Now, earlier that day, of course, if we go to the middle part of the email, Mr Kimber had identified that the attachment, that is attachment B, to which we've just referred, provides more detail than those ideas that were floated last week. That is, beyond just the PAYG compliance issue, it included other options as well. And his email in the centre there identifies that commentary was required in respect of all of them, but he highlighted, you would agree, the smoothed income proposal, which required a summary of policy and legal advice into the comments in response to DHS.
Yes.
And to your recollection, that's what happened. DSS provided feedback in respect of the proposal as we observed it in attachment B over the next couple of days through to the 23rd of January 2015.
So without, I mean, we can try and find the document, but my understanding is that Mr Kimber summarised or provided a set of comments in a box.
Yes.
Within the attachment B, yes, which represented a summary of the policy and legal issues.
Yes. We'll come to that document shortly, but that occurred, I think, over about 3 days through to the 23rd of January 2015.
Yes.
If I could have Exhibit 2039 brought up, DSS.5061.0001.0012. In the earlier email, Mr Whitecross, there was identified that the whole brief or the complete brief had been asked by Ms Halbert had asked for the full brief, and it appears that that arrived later that morning on Tuesday the 20th of January, the consolidated DHS document, and it was attached to an email to which you were copied.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. Ms Ryan from DHS informed Ms Halbert that there was some urgency, it seems, about the DHS comments because she anticipated being asked to finalise the brief really quickly following today's meeting with Minister Payne. You can see that towards the centre of the email.
Yes, I can read that, yes.
All right. Again, you're not in the office on this particular day, but all this information is flooding your inbox.
Yes, that's right.
All right. We go then to Exhibit 2040, DSS.5061.0001.0013. This was the complete draft of the minute from which the earlier attachment formed part. And you can see that it is a Department of Human Services executive minute, not yet finalised, but addressed to the Minister for Social Services for action. Pausing there, the Minister for Social Services at the time was Minister Morrison.
That's correct.
Was it usual, in your experience, for the Department of Human Services to prepare an executive minute address to, not to its own minister, Minister Payne, but to the senior minister in the department? Sorry, in the portfolio?
In my experience, that's a little bit unusual, but I'm not sure that it never happened.
Yes, all right. Key points. The first refers to a meeting between the department's secretary, Ms Campbell, and the minister referred to above, that's the Minister for Social Services, and the department being asked to prepare a brief outlining two things: current approaches and eligibility and participation arrangements. Sorry, I should say current approaches and options for strengthening those arrangements, and secondly, eligibility and participation arrangements. If we can go, please, to the page ending 0024, heading Attachment B. Thank you. Again, what appears as Attachment B is the same, if not, well, very similar, if not the same, as what had been forwarded a little earlier. You can see in the first paragraph that a number of options had been identified, which had been divided into two categories: those which could be advanced as an NPP as a matter of priority, and the second, which are currently under development, which the department would consider of further analysis, obviously not able to be included in the first category, but at least above that it was identified that there would be a need for policy and possibly legislative change to proceed. There was, however, a specific reference to the treatment of income, a change to the treatment of income away from fortnightly attribution to an annualised approach. And that is set out under the heading PAYG cleanup. You can see that?
Yes.
You will note in the proposal that was forwarded on this date, in subparagraph B, there is the continuance of the phrase income smoothing.
Yes.
And apportioning that over a period, and a reference to the current cumbersome process.
That's right.
And if we go to subparagraph C, you can again see repeated the shift in respect of the concept of the proposed default position about reliance on ATO data.
Yes.
And subparagraph D maintains the specific numbers of interventions and projected gross savings.
That's right.
And subparagraph E identifies the need for a change of policy, and that there may also be a need for a change to legislation. So from your perspective, in the the proposal in the context of the whole draft brief had not changed any of the fundamental characteristics about which you'd provided advice to Ms Wilson.
That's correct. That's correct. And my sense is that this version has crossed over with the attachment B that had been previously provided, and it doesn't yet take account of any feedback we might have been developing.
Yes. I could have Exhibit 2041 brought up, please. DSS.50190002.3980. Mr Whitecross, Mr Joyce has been referred to in earlier emails.
Yes.
Where did he sit in the scheme of things?
Well, in my branch role, Mr Joyce was one of the section managers in my branch. He was in charge of means testing policy within the branch. In the period that I was acting as the group manager for that fortnight, he may have been acting, but I'm not 100% sure what the acting arrangements were. But he was the head of the policy area that looked after means testing policy.
Well qualified by his experience and position, no doubt, to speak to the policy questions raised by the proposal.
Yes, he was very experienced in means testing policy issues.
You indicated that your sense of things was that there might have been a crossover in terms of the information provided on the attachment B and the full brief. Yeah. This is an email from Mr Joyce to Mr Kimber and Ms Dalton, to which you are copied shortly before midday on the second day of your leave, which refers to attachment B, and it seems that that was a response to what had been provided the previous day.
Yes.
But shortly after, I think the full brief had been provided by DHS. His comments on the proposal are set out there. Notes a number of additional matters. At the end of the second paragraph, he says the basis of the calculation of the savings estimate is not provided. That was something that was the subject of later comment by people within DSS.
Yes, it was.
And in the next paragraph, he says, notwithstanding this new information, our primary concerns remain.
That's right. So the reference to new information, I think, is the difference between that earlier description that which was fairly high level of what DHS were considering, and the written proposal as set out in attachment B.
In the attachment B of what became a draft, or was said to be a draft brief.
That's right.
Yes. He identified an additional feature in respect of the proposed number of customer interventions, which he said increased our concern that the approach would be applied universally with a heightened potential for, and then he lists a number of points. Did you understand from what he was saying there that the rollout of a scheme to that extent would magnify some of the issues that had been identified earlier?
I think probably that it would magnify some of those issues. I think perhaps he was also alluding here to a lack of targeting in the approach, that it seemed to be fairly I mean, it's a very large number of people we're talking about here.
It's a big net to capture a large range of alleged debts.
Yeah.
The first dot point again repeats what was made plain by the earlier documents, and that was that debts to be advised and or raised incorrectly for a significant proportion of cases.
Yeah.
Subparagraph 2 identifies the potential for perverse outcomes. That could be pulled out. That was the one that you described earlier.
Yes.
And a broader concern, I suggest, was identified by Mr. Joyce in the final paragraph, which was informed by those particular details about the 866,000 proposed interventions. And what that really said about an underlying debt problem in respect of DHS implementation and service delivery in respect of income support payments.
Well, I mean, there's something slightly hypothetical about the observation he's making, but I guess the observation he's making is, well, if there's so much incorrect payment, we need to do something about incorrect payment proactively rather than just raising debts afterwards.
Yes.
Leaving aside the question of the correctness of the methodology for calculating the debts.
That is the legal and policy concerns.
Yeah.
Right. He refers there to in the last passage to the question about whether indicated savings have been adjusted to take account of possible impact of the single touch payroll initiative, and that if DHS estimates are correct, then substantial savings should be able to be realised when that initiative is introduced.
Yeah.
He's identifying that in practical terms, the ability to deal with what is suggested to be a significant debt problem would be resolved to a large extent when that measure was introduced.
Yeah, and I think the point he's making here is that if there is that high level of incorrect payment, then that strengthens the business case for proactively using, working on the possibility of using fortnightly instalment declarations from the tax office to using calculating social security payments so that we get them right first time.
Yes.
Noting that, I mean, the reason for that is it is very onerous on social security recipients to report income, and something which streamlines that process and makes it more accurate is obviously desirable from an administrative point of view.
Thank you. If I could have Exhibit 1210 at DSS.5022.0001.0486. Thank you. Again, this is later on the afternoon of Tuesday, the 20th of January 2015, and Mr. Kimber has responded to Ms. Wilson, Ms. Halbert, Mr. Joyce, and yourself, amongst others. What we'll see in that sequence is, if we first go to the middle of the page, Ms. Wilson's email at 3:12 p.m, who indicated that she was concerned about the smoothing proposal and that she expressed her reservations to Melissa. That's Melissa Golightly, you understand?
Yes.
And that she was not sure it could be done without fundamentally changing the basis of eligibility. There was some additional information which hasn't appeared yet, and that was apparently they, presumably DHS, are going to split into two docs, and Morrison most interested in hard-edged fraud stuff and participation compliance, each of which would be a separate brief.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that. Again, you weren't in the office and hadn't spoken to anyone about it. But did you understand at that point that that was information that had come from DHS?
Well, that's how I'm interpreting that email, yes.
Mr. Kimber, if we go to the top part of the page, refers to the attachment, which is effectively the DSS response, and they are placed in boxes within the document itself for easy reference, and this is the document you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
He too was unambiguous about the fact that the smoothed income proposal fundamentally changed the way social security law is constructed, and it also potentially deals in the matter of retrospectivity, brackets think Keating, if it was used for past year income, etc. You can see that?
Yes.
We'll come to Keating shortly, but it was a High Court decision about which DSS was aware.
That's right.
You could go to the attachment, please. Exhibit 1214. Thank you. What we see here are the boxes which have been inserted containing the comments described by Mr. Kimber in his email in attachment B as it was forwarded the previous day.
Yes.
The first box are the general comments on the general introduction under the heading Proposed Changes to Strengthen the Integrity of the Welfare System. First dot point in the box is a reference to the question of how the calculations are arrived at and the absence of any data which surround the projections, that is the number of interventions and the $1.2 billion figure.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The first dot point refers to the data would be required for recipient numbers on administered outlays and costs versus savings, because that information was absent from attachment B or...
Yes. So across attachment B, various claims were made about impacts on outlays and numbers of people affected. And what Mr. Kimber is saying is that, well, we'd need to go through the detail to understand whether those calculations were correct.
Whether there's evidence to support the claims.
Yeah.
Again, if the balance of the dot points of the box could be pulled out as a single group, the comments indicate a number of features which have been identified earlier, as well as some other aspects. But one you'll see is dot point 4, how the most vulnerable customers are not disproportionately impacted by these measures will also need to be addressed.
Yes.
There's the reference to significant scrutiny. It's not because the proposal might not be consistent with the overall beneficial nature of the law, and for the imposition of what may be considered to be retrospective legislative arrangements. And that was elaborated on in the comments under the specific proposal by reference to Keating, which we'll now come to.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. If we could go over to the next page. And the comments at the bottom of the proposal could be called out, please. Thank you. Again, there is a repetition here of the obvious difficulties that had been identified within DHS in the various exchanges up to this point.
Yes, that's right.
And again, you would agree that the manner of Mr. Kimber's advice, or rather the manner in which Mr. Kimber expressed his advice, comments were unambiguous?
Yes, it's unambiguous.
We could go then to the next page, 0490. Thank you. And if the box could be called out. And here's the reference to the Keating High Court decision. And the understanding of it there was that it limited the application of legislative changes retrospectively. That is, retrospective changes to calculations of things in the past.
That's right.
Yes. And what he was saying there was that in addition to the fact that it might not match the law in terms of the fortnightly versus annual calculations, there was an additional legal problem with the proposal, at least potentially, in that if smoothing was taking place in the 2016-2017 financial year, but it in fact could not be implemented retrospectively to calculate debts between, say, 2010-2011 financial year, then the projections would be without part of their foundation.
That's right. That even if an attempt were made to legislate, it may be not be possible to give effect to them for entitlement periods prior to when it had been legislated. Which was the focus of the measure, was past periods.
That's right, yes. It related initially, at least in the proposal, to past periods over earlier financial years.
Yeah.
The fourth dot point is a more refined position than the possibility of under and over reporting, which was identified earlier, and it's expressed this way: annual data matching will by its nature lead to the raising of large debts rather than identifying non-compliance earlier. Larger debts are more difficult to recover and would result in a significant increase in the debt base. Can you explain your understanding of that dot point, please?
Well, the specific focus of this dot point is that with respect to larger debt amounts, we're talking about social security debts, and by definition, a lot of recipients of social security don't have access to a lot of financial resources. So even if they have been overpaid, and even if that's correctly determined that they have been overpaid, there will still be difficulties in many cases in recovering the debt because the money is simply not there to recover.
And so that has a consequence for projected savings, or?
So in a well-calculated estimate of the savings that could be achieved from a measure like this, you would need to take account of that a proportion of the gross savings would not be able to be realised, and therefore you would need to, or the gross overpayments would not be able to be recovered.
Yes.
And also I think there may be a point that if you let it go for a year, the debt's going to be bigger. When he talks about annualised data matching presents that problem, as opposed to picking it up after a couple of fortnights. When he says annual data matching will by its nature lead to the raising of large debts.
Well, yes, that's correct, Commissioner. That's the other aspect of this paragraph, is that waiting till the end of the financial year, or beyond in order to determine that an overpayment has occurred inevitably leads to a longer period of incorrect payment.
And of course, that's even more acute if you wait 5 years and then try to recoup the debt.
If the cause of the overpayment continues for a longer period, like 5 years, then it will accumulate to be a bigger debt. That's right,
The
Commissioner.
chances of recovery must diminish with that.
Well, if someone's being incorrectly paid for that length of time and is actually a low-income person, it's very unlikely that you would be able to recover a debt of that size.
Even with the advantages of averaging.
Well, averaging won't help you recover the debt. All that will help you recover the debt is whether the if someone's been overpaid, what will help you recover the debt is that they've got the financial means to repay the debt.
Thank you.
If I could have Exhibit 2043 produced, please, DSS.5061.0001.0050. We could go to the middle of the page, Ms. Halbert's email, Tuesday, 20 January. This is simply forwarding the consolidated or full version of the brief which we looked at earlier, which appeared to have crossed over with the extract attachment B. Yep. And an indication that DHS were looking for comments on the full brief that day. And this was Ms. Foster's contribution, where we can see at the top of the page she replied at about 5 o'clock on the Tuesday afternoon to the full brief.
Yes.
Yes. All right, if we go then to the next exhibit, Exhibit 2044, DSS.5061.0001.0051. We can see that those amendments by Ms. Foster have been made in track changes. And if we could go to the bottom of the page, we can see some track changes there. There's a reference to the meeting, which may have included Mr. Pratt, although there's a question mark beside it, and clarity that it was the Human Services Department who was asked by the Minister to prepare a brief, and that there was close collaboration between both departments in that respect.
Yes.
And if we go then to the next page, 0052, subparagraph 3, there are, if that could be called out, some further amendments there. And it identifies what you described earlier as the complexity of the system with more specificity.
Yes, that's right.
And this was significant, would you agree, because where one is proposing to adopt an annualised approach to the calculation of debts, there might be a number of reasons, described as several here, which don't involve any willfulness on the part of the recipient.
It's very common for overpayments to occur due to confusion by social security recipients about the nature of their obligations, about what periods they're meant to be reporting income, how to calculate the income that they're meant to be reporting. So it's quite common.
Yes. We go then to the next exhibit, 2045 DSS.5061.0001.0077. within a minute or so of the previous email, Ms Wilson responds in respect of the full brief, and there's no content to the body of the email, but its content becomes obvious when we look at it. So if we can go to the next exhibit then, 0078 is the next page. Exhibit 2046, please. And Ms Wilson's comments are also contained in, marked up in track changes. If we could go to the second page, 0079, to the bottom, and pull out the balance of that comment over to the top of the next page, please. Ms Wilson's addition was again to make abundantly clear that smoothing income on an annual basis is not consistent with the policy directions DSS wishes to pursue for all payments.
Yes, that's correct. We were, the policy direction that we were attempting to pursue was one which was trying to make it, improve the accuracy of decision making, using fortnightly tax data to improve the accuracy of decision making, reduce burden on social security recipients at the same time, and ensure that people were getting correct payments in the fortnight that they needed the payments.
Yes. Could go to the next exhibit, please. Thank you. The significance of this email, which is exhibit 2047, simply is that you were informed on Wednesday the 21st of January. I think you had returned to work by then.
On the 21st, yes.
That Ms Wilson and Mr Pratt were reconvening with the Minister the following day, the Thursday, the 22nd of January 2015, about a number of issues.
Yes.
And there is a note that bottom of the page, point 8, that the Minister had asked for DHS compliance activity and hit rates, tip-offs and data matching, DHS to do, but we should try and get a copy of it. That is information which would have been held by DHS.
Well, DHS administered the compliance arrangements, so they would have had that information, so yes.
Yes, all right. If I could have exhibit 1212 produced, please, DSS 5018.0001.2404. We're now on Wednesday afternoon, the 21st of January, and Ms Halbert is sending an email to Adrian Hudson. Now, your understanding was he worked at DHS?
That's right.
And Melissa Ryan, we know, works at DHS, and it copies in yourself, Ms Wilson, the Deputy Secretary, and Ms Foster as well.
Yeah.
And Ms. Halbert says to those at DHS, here are our comments on your document, which you sent last night. I've cut down the cover brief and plonked the words into an attachment. I'll send it tonight. The words haven't changed except for the little bit added by employment. Otherwise, our comments stand regardless of which version you go with. If the next exhibit could be produced, 1215, DSS.5018.0001.2405. Thank you. And if we could go to the page ending 2416. Now it's a little hard to read, so we might just deal with, thank you. The top part of the page really reproduces without any variation the introduction paragraphs that were sent by DHS to DSS. Agree with that, Mr. Whitecross?
Yes, it looks the same.
Yes. And if you go then to the bottom of the page, which is the particular proposal PAYG cleanup, we can see in subparagraph E, there is a highlighting and changes which, thank you, have been expressed in Ms. Halbert's email. The comment here is DSS is concerned about the smoothing proposal on assessing debts rather than looking fortnight by fortnight. These reservations have been expressed to Melissa, as we are not sure it can be done without fundamentally changing the basis of eligibility away from current income, which is also where we want to go in family payments. Happy to be convinced otherwise, but would need very strong advice. You can see that there?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm content for a break now, if that's convenient, but yeah.
Certainly. We'll come back at 2:45. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:45. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
I could have Exhibit 2048 produced, please. DSS.5037.0001.0018. Mr Whitecross, this picks up an earlier thread where the email from Ms Wilson at the bottom of the page indicated that Mr Pratt and her were reconvening with Minister Morrison the following day, that is the Thursday, and she asked for some things to be looked at, of which number 8 on the list was DHS compliance activity and hit rates, tip-offs, data matching, that sort of thing. And this is Mr Kimber's response to that request.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. So if the top part of the page could be pulled out. Thank you. Mr Kimber indicated he'd follow up with Mr Withnell. But in the meantime, he provided some additional material which was attached. An internal document which was for Ms Wilson's information only, but at least the information available to DSS, which Mr Kimber referred to, attached a snapshot of compliance activity that DSS had pulled together for the 2013-2014 financial year based on targeted review activity designed to detect and correct non-compliant behaviour. And he summarised it this way. Overall, there were 803,266 compliance reviews completed, with 61,575 of these reviews resulting in either a cancellation or reduction of payment. Over 100,000 debts with a value of $355 million.
Yes.
Did you understand the significance of this information to be a measure by which the proposal, that is the PAYG clean-up proposal involving averaging, might be compared in terms of what already exists and what the department is doing on any financial year?
I'm not sure that that was Mr Kimber's intention in providing this information. I think he was trying to provide an overview because the Minister had indicated an interest in discussing what we were doing in the compliance space, but it certainly could be used to juxtapose with the kind of scale of the PAYG cleanup measure.
And that's because it indicates in a historical sense what actually was happening in terms of compliance reviews, interventions, debts raised and their value within a particular financial year.
That's right.
Yes. And it would assist, you would agree, that sort of information would assist a decision about the potential utility of going down the road of an additional policy which required legislative and policy change, as well as the question of retrospectivity, because it could be measured against what already was happening.
Yes, and the level of compliance activity undertaken versus the amount that actually results in a change in payment or a debt raised.
Yes. I won't go through the table attachment in any detail. I could go to Exhibit 2051, DSS.5053.0001.0066, please. This is an email from Mr. Kimber to you on the 22nd of January 2015, and of course you were back at work by this point.
Yes.
And he attaches the DSS comments on the DHS Welfare Integrity Options document, which were forwarded by Ms. Halbert, copied to a number of people. Did you say you had an unredacted copy of the document there?
I will have, yes.
I just want to suggest to you that two of the redacted names to which the email is addressed are Ms. Ryan and Mr. Withnell.
Right.
That is Melissa Ryan, whose first name appears in the body of the email.
Yes.
Thank you. And so what was communicated on the 20th of January to DHS by Ms. Halbert was the comments on the compliance part of the brief. That was attachment B. And the statement, we feel particularly strongly about the clean-up PAYG measure, you will see in the comments.
Yes.
That's forwarded to you on the Thursday. You can see that.
That's right.
If we then go to the attachment exhibit 2052, DSS.5053.0001.0067, we can see attachment B with each of the comment boxes that I took you through earlier, which had been prepared by Mr. Kimber's team.
Yes.
And for completeness, if we could go to pages 0068 and 0069, and Mr. Whitecross, you can see there what was set out in the email that was forwarded to you while you were on leave.
That's correct.
So to your understanding of the sequence, by no later than Tuesday, 20 January 2015, DSS, through Ms. Halbert, had clearly communicated all of the difficulties with the proposal in the terms to which Mr. Kimber had inserted comments in the boxes on attachment B.
Yes, that's correct.
And that they had been communicated directly to Ms. Ryan and Mr. Withnell.
Yes.
Mr. Whitecross, I'm going to take you to an email to which you were not a party, but it just completes the sequence of the email that I just showed you. If I could go to Exhibit 2066, CTH.2004.0002.0332, please. If we go to the bottom of the page, you can see the email to which I just took you.
Yes.
That is the communication from Ms. Halbert to Mr. Withnell and Ms. Ryan, attaching attachment B with the comments in the boxes.
Yes.
If we could go then to the middle part of the page, you can see that Ms. Ryan forwards that email to herself. Just pausing there, your experience is that that was not a particularly uncommon thing, given sensitivities of documents which might be forwarded to a secure email address as opposed to a general email address.
Well, I haven't got an unredacted version, but it it sometimes happened that a document was received in a secure email environment, and in order to share it with some other people, it might be moved into the normal email environment by forwarding it to your other email address.
And just to complete the contents of the document, although you can't speak to it, I appreciate, Commissioner, you'll see the next email is from Ms Ryan to Ms Golightly and Mr Withnell. The email above it could be pulled out, thank you. Then, Commissioner, if the top of the page can be pulled out, the email from Mr Withnell to Mr Brown and Mr Britton, which contains the attachment. That could be pulled out, please. And the note for your consideration, and in capitals, do not forward. Mr Whitecross, if we can go back to emails to which you were a party. Exhibit 2053, DSS.5037.0001.0049. There is an email from you on the second part of the page to Mr Kimber, which effectively contained a draft of an email that was being proposed as a response to Ms Halbert. That is, between yourself and Mr Kimber, you were together considering a position for Ms Halbert.
Yes, it wasn't a response to Ms Halbert, it was something we were putting to Ms Halbert, yeah.
Had there been conversation between you and Mr Kimber about the content of this email?
I believe there were a number of conversations in the course of that day about the content of this email. Right. But yes, there'd been an initial conversation about this email. Yes.
And was that conversation earlier that day, to your recollection?
Yes. Well, I can't say that it was. I have a specific recollection of it, Mr. Gregory, but that's my understanding.
And your recollection is at this point in time, Ms Halbert was acting as the Deputy Secretary for Social Security stream because Ms Wilson took a fortnight's leave.
That's my understanding, yes.
Sorry, before I go into the content of this email, can I take you to paragraph 57 of your statement?
Yes.
You may recall that in this paragraph you describe a conversation that occurred in a meeting via teleconference previous day, that is 22 January 2015.
Yes.
Now you set out here that you attended a meeting with Ms Halbert, Mr Withnell and Ms Rule of DHS via teleconference. You don't have any record of the notes taken during the meeting, but you do have a recollection of it.
Yes, I do.
And do you have a recollection of it because it was a significant meeting in your mind at this point in time?
Yes.
And did you have cause to recall the conversation at about the time of late December 2016 or January 2017?
I certainly recalled it at that time, yes.
And was that because there was some attention to the question of the online compliance intervention scheme carried out by the Department of Human Services?
You mean in 2016?
Yes, media attention and the like.
Well, it was a matter of extensive public comment at the end of 2016.
Yes.
At that time, I certainly recalled that I'd been involved in an earlier discussions around something that sounded similar to what I was seeing described publicly in 2016.
You say the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the comments provided by DSS in relation to the draft executive minutes, specifically the PAYG data proposal. And as we've seen, it was the 20th of January that the feedback was provided, which contained the comments in the boxes.
That's right.
That's what you're referring to in subparagraph A?
That's right.
Okay.
And that would be why Mr. Kimber forwarded the final version of those comments to me earlier that day, so that I would be able to refer to them.
Yes, I see. Well, we can read what occurs there, but do you recall how long the meeting went for?
I don't recall. It may have been half an hour, may have been longer.
Okay. Do you recall that the various comments were addressed in detail, that is the comments in the boxes, or do you recall that it was a higher level conversation?
No, there was certainly some discussion in detail of issues that we'd raised in those comments, including stepping out some of the reasoning, some investigation of the how some of the numbers that were being used by DHS had been derived, for example.
Yes. In paragraphs B, C and D, you use the phrase, "I provided advice to Mr. Withnell and Ms. Rule. I also advised and I also advised." Do you recall how strongly you conveyed those positions?
I recall being quite aroused, in my mood at that time. I felt very strongly about this issue, and I wanted to convey the strength of my feelings about the quality of the proposal, and
or the lack thereof?
well, indeed, yes.
In paragraph E, you refer to Mr. Withnell appeared to find the feedback frustrating. What do you recall of his response?
Mr. Withnell's was indicating that he felt that there was an amount of unrecovered debt out there that had accumulated over a number of years, because DHS had not been able to apply as many resources to it as was needed to recover it. That they did. So he wanted to, so that he felt that, this was a way of recovering that debt. He seemed to be particularly unhappy that we were suggesting, I was suggesting that he wouldn't be able to realise the level of savings that he'd estimated, and I formed the impression that there was quite an attachment at more senior levels to that level of savings.
That is more senior than him.
Yes.
And what gave you that impression?
He seemed reluctant to. He seemed reluctant to go down the path that I was suggesting, which was to target that compliance could only realistically get a smaller amount of savings, and it just seemed. He sort of said, but we wouldn't be able to realise the $1.2 billion if we did that. So it was that sort of sense that he was very, not that this was a number that had come out of a methodology, but that the number itself was a goal of the process.
So,
Any more precise about who at more senior levels?
I don't recall, Commissioner, any specific people being referred to.
based on the emails that we've reviewed and the references to persons in them, did you consider that Ms. Golightly was one of the possibilities? When he referred to
Yes.
we?
Yeah, well, yes. I didn't have specific people in my mind, but Ms. Golightly was intimately involved in the process, so I would assume she was one of those people.
Yes. Did you get any sense of whether intimate involvement extended to the secretary level, to Ms. Campbell?
I don't recall there being a discussion about that.
Okay. Subparagraph F says this: following the meeting, I was not expecting to see the PAYG data proposal again. Is that because you had expressed yourself in what might be described as direct or blunt terms?
Yes. I think for a number of reasons. Because of the strength of the advice that we were conveying, or the strength of attachment to the advice that we were conveying, right, and the bluntness of it, to use your language.
Yes.
But also, I think because of the strength of the reasoning that we were providing, that they, in relation to the whether the methodology could be used to raise debts in the range of circumstances, that that there would be discrepancies between annual PAYG taxable income and fortnightly social security income. So it just didn't seem to me that the proposal was properly thought through and developed to a point that it could actually go forward.
The next paragraph of your statement, paragraph 59, if that could be called out, refers to the email that I was about to take you to, an email of 23 January 2015. Now, the 23rd of January was significant for not only that meeting, sorry, the 22nd was significant for that meeting, but the 23rd was significant because of how the position was developed with within DSS during the course of the day, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And you say at 10:27, sorry, paragraph 58, I've skipped ahead one. 9:39 a.m, you sent an email to Mr. Kimber to record the key points made about the PAYG data proposal at the meeting the previous day.
Yeah.
And it set out content that you were proposing to send to Ms. Halbert in respect of that meeting, and set out your concerns.
That's correct.
Thank you. If we can then go to that email, Exhibit 2053. pull out the body of your email at 9:38 a.m. In the first line, of course, of the body of it, you refer to the discussion yesterday.
That's right.
Again, there is the major problem that legislation to change the way in which debts are calculated historically would not be made retrospectively, and that you considered that to be fatal for the proposition,
Yes.
or ought to have been fatal for the proposition.
Well, certainly fatal. Politicians are very reluctant to propose retrospective legislation because, and as we touched on earlier, the High Court may take a view that it's not possible to retrospectively change things that people have relied on in good faith.
Yes. You refer also to a two-tier type system. What did you mean by that?
I believe what that's referring to is paying out payments on one basis and then later reassessing them on a different basis, and recovering the money you paid out. So effectively having two sets of rules for the same thing.
Undesirable in the extreme.
Well, undesirable in any situation, but particularly undesirable in the situation of the purpose of the social security system, which was to assist people when they needed financial assistance.
Mr. Kimber also makes a point you'd be treating people on payments differently. So I assume what he means is that some people would be assessed with averaging, some people would be assessed according to their actual income. So you'd get recipients being treated differently for exactly the same benefit.
Well, that's right, Commissioner.
That's what I draw from his comment at the top, at any rate.
Yes, if we could just have that called out.
Is that what you infer from what he's saying there, Mr. Whitecross?
That's right. And I think this in part goes to the advice that my staff had made from a policy point of view. I mean, this is a legal focus, but my staff had previously made a policy observation about annual assessment could potentially result in a higher level of entitlement than fortnightly assessment, and so some people might be assessed retrospectively and get a higher entitlement than they might have got on if using the fortnightly methodology. So it was just having two ways of calculating the same thing was going to always be problematic.
Go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 2054, DSS.5037.0001.0238. Ms. Halbert emails you on Friday, 23 January 2015 at 10:57, so about half an hour after the previous email. And her content is, I told Melissa we would get back to her ASAP. And you can see Ms. Golightly's email to Ms. Halbert copied to Mr. Withnell and Ms. Rule there, which refers firstly to Ms. Halbert acting in Ms. Wilson's position for the fortnight as Deputy Secretary, by inference from the reference to congratulations.
That's right.
On the acting, yes.
That's right, yes.
And the reference to the discussion with Ms. Rule and Mr. Withnell the previous day, which you've described on the teleconference.
That's right.
It is said there that we've made some revisions to the draft brief to try and explain more clearly what the proposals would involve, and also to address the comments you provided the other day, and would appreciate further feedback. Now, the attachment to Ms. Golightly's email is the next exhibit. Exhibit 2055, thank you. Which is again the full draft brief with apparently some revisions that was to be addressed to the Minister for Social Services from DHS. You can see that?
Yes.
If we could please go to page 0246 to the heading Systematic Cleanup and the subheading PAYG Cleanup. And the bottom part of the page could be pulled out. I'll just give you a moment to peruse that, Mr. Whitecross.
Yes.
I'll just find the comparison document. I've misplaced it, but in any event, you can see that some modifications have been made to the PAYG cleanup proposal, one of which is the deletion of any reference to income smoothing.
Yes.
That, of course, had been identified earlier that week as the one about which DSS had particular concerns.
Yes.
So I've located the document. It is Exhibit 1215. Could it also be brought up beside the current exhibit? Thank you. And if it could be taken to page 2416. Mr. Whitecross, just to remind you, this was the attachment to the email sent by Ms Halbert to Melissa Ryan and Adrian Hudson on Wednesday the 21st of January, which contained the comment at the bottom which drew particular attention to the concern about the smoothing proposal. You can see that.
Yes.
All right. And the reference to the smoothing proposal involving fundamentally changing eligibility questions. Now, if that could be taken back in. And paragraph B on the document on the right hand of the page could be pulled out. And the third dot point on the paragraph on the left hand side could be pulled out. Yes, that's it. And they could be placed side by side. Or one after the other, thank you. So you can see there that the reference in the next version of the document, which is the dot point sent on the Friday, deletes the sentence, the assessment will use an income smoothing methodology to apportion the customer's income over time of employment rather than the current cumbersome process whereby the department has to determine and apply income on a fortnightly basis.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. Now, if we could go then to Exhibit (2056) DSS.5004.0001.3292. There is an email from Ms Halbert to yourself and others, which includes Ms Rule from DHS, I think. Is that right?
Ms Rule, I believe, worked in Kath Halbert's division
Yes.
in DSS.
There's a Catherine rule as well, is there?
This is Erin Rule. Erin
Yeah,
Rule, I
I know.
believe, may have been acting branch manager, but I don't specifically recall. I believe she worked in the branch responsible for New Start and some other working age payments.
Is that in DSS? Or?
In DSS.
Thank you. All right.
Catherine Rule's a different person.
The attachment is the revised new draft brief, which we just saw, which had removed the language of income smoothing. And Ms Halbert indicates she only had a minor comment from anyone else. Yep. And if we can go then to the attachment, which is the next exhibit. Thank you. And go over to page 002. And pull out paragraph 7. You can see some highlighting and
Yeah.
comment that that I don't think we need to say this, that's the reference to DSS advise that care will need to be taken to ensure that people who are doing the right thing are not inadvertently captured on the strengthened regime.
Yeah.
Thank you. If we could go to page ending 0008, the PAYG cleanup. You can see there are no comments in respect of paragraph 7 on that page. And if we can go to the following page ending 0009, you can see there are no comments in the first 3 dot points of the balance of PAYG cleanup proposal.
That's right.
That is, Ms Halbert's comment referred to in her email, which enclosed the attachment, was only the minor one, which was identified in track changes.
Yes.
Now, I'll just have a moment, Commissioner. Commissioner, I'm just trying to locate the next document which is referred to. Mr Whitecross, do you have paragraph 62 of your statement there?
Yes, I do.
You indicate at paragraph 62 that 11:42 a.m. on 23 January 2015 you sent a reply to Ms Halbert.
Yes. That's right.
And your email noted that Mr Kimber was preparing some edits to the revised draft executive minute and covering points. You see that?
Yes. I've got that email.
You've got that in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you're doing one better than me. I can't locate it right now. But thank you. That's the email to which you refer, which is now shown on the right-hand side of the screen.
That's correct.
And as you indicate in paragraph 62, you recall that you were going to be away from the office for a few hours, which is why you indicated to Ms Halbert that Mr Kimber would respond.
That's right.
Thank you. If we can go then to Exhibit 2058, DSS.5024.0001.0017. You can see Mr Kimber replying to Ms Halbert, copying you in, sorry, to you as well, as you foreshadowed in your previous email.
That's correct.
After 11 o'clock. And what he addresses really was item 7, the PAYG clean-up proposal, and he reiterated the points that had been made earlier in drafts and emails that we've seen.
That's right. Mr. Gregory, you made an observation before about the removal of the reference to income smoothing.
Yes.
I don't believe that Mr. Kimber or I thought that that was a substantive change. We thought that was a change in the way the proposal was being presented, and that the proposal itself was the same proposal, and our comments reflected that.
So you were not fooled by the changed language, and presumably were placed on alert by the reference to the ATO data being primary?
Well, the ATO data was intrinsically annual data. So the use of the language smoothing, there was no real smoothing. It was just data collected over an annual period and then applied fortnightly. So, so it wasn't like, yeah. Anyway, never thought smoothing was a very good description of what was actually being proposed, but we didn't think that the change in language was a change in the proposal.
And that's why, to your understanding, what was set out by Mr. Kimber in the response to Ms. Halbert and yourself reflected essentially the same position that had been adopted by Mr. Kimber and by you in all of the documents we've seen so far.
That's right. And in the conversation I had with Mr. Withnell the day before.
That's right. So, contrary to your expectation that you wouldn't see the proposal again, it turned back up in an email from Ms. Golightly at Deputy Secretary level to Ms. Halbert at Acting Deputy Secretary level, seeking urgent comments.
That's right.
Very next day.
That's right.
And we can see there the nature of the comments, but they include, in the first dot point, additional features which leave aside the potential fundamental shift that the proposal has in assessing income for social security purposes. Other features are identified.
Yep.
There was no doubt in your mind that the proposal involved a fundamental shift in the assessment of income for social security purposes, and therefore a fundamental shift in the calculation of debts for social security purposes.
There was no doubt about that.
Go to the attachment then, which includes what was described by Mr. Kimber. Exhibit 2059 DSS.5024.0001.0019. Thank you. If we can go to the second page, we can see a highlighted section, paragraph 7. The highlighted amendment is the proposals will also need to be assessed as to their consistency with policy directions being pursued for all payments under welfare reform and the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden. That was one of the amendments made by Mr. Kimber.
Yes.
We can go then to page 0023. On the question of regulatory impacts, Mr. Kimber identified the increased burden for customers to confirm their circumstances on a more regular basis.
Yeah.
Go to the page 0025. This is under a separate consideration of administrative sanctions, but he's added a comment there as well.
Yes.
and in doing so referred to the overall beneficial nature of social security legislation.
Yes.
Over the page to 0026, he's made a comment which is under the heading of streamlining prosecution referrals. We can see that. Again, not of direct relevance to this particular issue we're concerned with, but to your mind it did indicate that Mr Kimber had conducted a thorough review of the need for comments as requested by Ms Golightly in a short period of time.
That's right.
And if we go then to page 0028 and 0029, thank you. We can see his comment in respect of this proposal, where he puts in direct terms that the proposal would fundamentally change the assessment of income within the social security system and is not supported by current policy or legislation. And he also identifies the concept of retrospectivity of legislation which would be required.
That's right.
Mr Kimber, when you returned to the office after being out for a couple of hours, sorry, Mr Whitecross, when you returned to the office after a couple of hours and had the opportunity to review Mr Kimber's email, you then were the author of an email to Ms Halbert at 2:55 p.m.
Yes, I was.
Now, before we come to that email, there was an intervening event.
That's right.
Can you describe to the Commission that intervening event?
So while I was returning to the office, I was driving back from my appointment. I received a call from Ms Halbert.
Perhaps if the exhibits could be taken down, please. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr Whitecross.
That's okay. I'm just trying to find my reference to this. So
You might be referring to paragraph 65.
yes, yes. She indicated that she'd had a conversation with Ms Golightly, I don't know when, and that Ms Golightly had expressed to her concerns about the strength of DSS's comments in relation to the PAYG data clean-up proposal. She wanted me to tone down the comments that Murray had provided in his response before she provided comments back to DHS.
That indicates, that is the content of what she said to you, indicates that the phone call was after she saw Mr Kimber's response. By reference to Murray's comments.
That was the sense I gathered at the time.
Yes. And did she say why she wanted you to tone down the nature of the comments?
I think I don't know whether she conveyed it to me in so many words, but the gist of it was something along the lines of Melissa's unhappy with what we're saying. Can't we just say it'll present legislative problems and leave it at that. Why do we have to put in all this other stuff? That was the gist of what she said. But as to why Ms. Golightly wanted it, was concerned for it to be changed, I couldn't say.
At the end of paragraph A, you refer to Ms. Halbert saying that Ms. Golightly had indicated that DHS would work with DSS to explore policy and legal issues.
Yeah.
As a sort of compensatory position.
Yeah, so the tenor of it was they wanted that, yes, they would still work with this, they just didn't want us to go in so hard, I guess.
When you receive a call from a deputy secretary who adopts that position and asks you to do something specifically, did you consider that you had much room to move about it?
Well, I took it as a direction. We had a disagreement in the conversation about that because my view was that it merited a firmer response from the department. As I indicated earlier, I believed that the proposal wasn't well developed and lacked merit in a number of respects, and that we should be fairly forceful in communicating that. I think as a general matter of policy when giving advice, it's poor form to create the impression that there is more latitude in relation to an option than there really is. I think she felt that we needed to have more regard to the relationship. I took it as an instruction to make changes, but then I had to consider what those changes would need to look like.
You say that you had a disagreement. The result of it was that she maintained her position?
She maintained her position that I needed to change it. She asked me to change it, yeah.
You say in subparagraph B, notwithstanding your strong disagreement, that was disagreement you expressed in the telephone conversation?
That's right.
Directly to her?
Yes.
If we turn then to the email you sent, Exhibit 2060, DSS.5022.0001.0460. We can see at 2:55 p.m. you provide a very short response. Kath, I've pared back the edits in the brief and the covering words to cover the main points in the edits. That was your response to her.
That's right. I spent about 5 minutes considering whether to preface that email with "as directed," but I chose not to.
And if we then go to the attachment, Exhibit 2061, DSS.5022.0001.0462. And we go firstly to page 0463. There is the comment or the amendment made by Mr. Kimber, which I don't think you did change.
I don't think I changed that.
No.
Well, if you want me to be definitive, I'd need to see them side by side, but I don't believe I changed it.
No, that's all right. I have seen them side by side. We go to page 0466. There is the reference to regulatory impacts.
Yep.
And again, you made no change to that comment.
No.
We go to page 0469. You made no change to that comment.
That's right.
We go to page 0471, which was the change you were directed to make by Ms Halbert.
Yeah,
We can see what you did do.
that's right. So my intention was to maintain the critical substance, which is that it would involve legislative change and that there was a question to consider about retrospectivity.
And did you also add the comment on the right side?
Yes.
Did that relate to what you've previously described as how the figures would be or might be calculated, what evidence there was to support the claim?
Well, in the conversation with Mr. Withnell the day before, my impression was that the amounts here reflected the total impact of the discrepancy between annual taxable income and actual payments out to these customers, and which strengthened my previous assessment that it would not be possible to determine actual overpayments in relation to those customers of that value, because that was just a gross value before applying any evaluation to the individual things. So that was why I've indicated that was, that was the starting point before you applied any assessment of the detail, and that it would not represent a realistic estimate of what the savings could be in terms of actual overpayments.
You were then copied into Ms Halbert's email to Ms Golightly at 3:06, about 10 minutes after you sent your email.
Mm-hmm.
We could go then to exhibit on the screen, thank you. And the response from Ms Halbert is set out there at the top of the page, if that could be called out, thank you.
Yes, so that was including the, I think, notes that I'd put in my suggested email to Kath, highlighting those two things: the issue about the need to legislate and with retrospective application, and that the numbers were unrealistically high, and that strategies would need to be put in place to avoid false positives. By false positives, I meant people who hadn't been overpaid, who'd received payments correctly, who'd reported their income correctly and received payments correctly, but who, under this methodology, would be described as having an overpayment.
The fourth line there says there's some of the issues that we could expect that would need to be explored if the PAYG proposal is further developed are. To your mind, did that phrase or that sentence leave open the possibility that it could be further developed by DHS?
I think that's polite public service speak for this isn't a goer unless you can address these problems. So I don't think that was an invitation to further develop it. I think it was a red flag that there was a problem with further developing it.
We go to the attachment then. Exhibit 2063, DSS.5024.0001.0056. And go to the second page and pull out paragraph 7, where you can see that the draft you sent to Ms Halbert was further amended in the draft that she sent 10 minutes later to Ms Golightly.
Yep.
And again, there has been, to use my words, a watering down of the position from your email.
That's right. I don't know what the practical implications are, but it's certainly a softening of the language.
Yes, it might still indicate that significant implications on social security policy and legislation meant the same thing as fundamental impacts, but it was a softening of language.
That's right.
And was that consistent with the impression you gained in the telephone call with Ms Halbert earlier that day that the relationship with DHS was a relevant consideration here?
Yes.
And if we go then to page ending 0010, this is the page in which you had made your comment on the first dot point, and an additional dot point or an amendment to the final point, and there appears to be no change to your comments there.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Commissioner, I appreciate the time, but I don't think I'll be much longer.
No, keep
5
going.
minutes, yes. Mr Whitecross, if we can go to your statement again.
Yes.
At paragraph 70 through to 70, well, following that, you addressed communications in December 2016.
Yes.
Could you just give a brief overview of how these features or this scheme came to your attention in late 2016?
Well, the period what came to my attention in late 2016 was that were media reports of a compliance regime which seemed to have the same features as the scheme that we'd advised on in January 2015, which was very surprising to me because I hadn't had any visibility of that this proposal was still doing the rounds, or that it was being considered, let alone that it had actually been implemented.
Yes.
And in trying to process that, I went back and referred to the previous advice that we'd prepared to try and refresh my memory as to what we'd said about it, and try and understand whether it looked like the same proposal.
And in the course of refreshing your memory, it seemed like it was the same proposal.
Yeah, it seemed to have all the same features.
And you took a few steps involving the sending of various emails to from your personal email account to your work email account, and to Miss Kathy Bridge, Section Manager, Rates and Means Testing Branch DSS, which included a link to a news article entitled News Centrelink System Under Fire Amid Christmas Welfare Crackdown.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of media commentary. There was some in the week before Christmas, which I was, which I would have discussed at the time with relevant staff, including Mr. Joyce, and then, in monitoring media over the Christmas break, I was seeing further emails, and I probably, I don't know the specific reasoning, but I probably identified particular emails which seemed to carry particular detail about the measure as it was being discussed in the media.
That's right, and it was a point of discussion within DSS, within the persons at least that you've identified there.
Well, these people are people in my branch, yeah.
In your branch. You then understood an Ombudsman's investigation was initiated.
That's right.
And the ANAO...
There was also discussion in the media of an ANAO referral as well, yeah.
That is ostensibly independent statutory bodies conducting an investigation into the scheme.
That's right.
Yes. The next point in terms of your involvement in communications came in February 2020.
Yep.
Perhaps do you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
Yes.
Sorry, a hard copy?
Oh, hard copy, yes. Yes, I do.
It just might be easier if the exhibit's taken down, just for the moment, so that I can work through some of the features with you directly. Miss McClarty, who is that?
So I believe she was acting group manager in one of the social security groups, responsible for I don't know the exact title, but it would have included working age, income support payments, and probably compliance.
And you received an email from her, which followed an earlier discussion?
I sent her an email. We had a corridor conversation.
Yes.
Where she'd asked me about any involvement I'd had in providing advice in relation to the Robodebt matter, and I dug out those emails and sent them to her.
And did she indicate where the source of the inquiry came from?
So she was conducting some sort of review. I believe she was handling some of the department's involvement in relation to the Robodebt scheme. I believe by then it had been, federal court had ruled on it, and there were government processes underway in relation to what they were going to do to clean up the mess. And in that context, she wanted to know, she'd been asked to look into what advice had been provided to DHS previously on that. She was particularly interested in whether we had any evidence of legal advice having been provided to DHS.
Did she give any indication of who asked her to look into that?
Well, she said that Catherine Campbell and the acting Deputy Secretary, Shane Bennett, had asked it to do that.
And you provided the emails that you've referred to?
Yeah.
Commissioner, that concludes my questioning of Mr Whitecross.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
There's no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thanks. Can Mr Whitecross be excused?
You can.
Thanks, Mr Whitecross. You're excused and will adjourn till 2:30.
Commissioner, can I just indicate before the adjournment that I'd taken some time with Mr Whitecross to identify the content of a lot of the emails, but as you will have observed, Commissioner, there is a good deal of overlap with the content for the next two witnesses, and I did it for the purpose of ensuring a bit of an expedited afternoon.
Thank you. 2:30.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory?
Yes, Commissioner, the next witness is Mr Murray Kimber, who is present.
Yes, Mr Kimber, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Right, would you administer that, please? And if I can get you to stand up for a minute, just to take Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
Take a seat, thanks. Yes, thanks.
Yes, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Murray Keith Kimber.
Mr Kimber, did you receive a notice to give a statement and produce documents NTG-0062 dated 10 November 2022?
I did.
And did you prepare a statement in response dated 11 November 2022?
I did.
You made a reference, or you referred to a number of documents in your statement, and other additional documents have also been included in your bundle. You understand that?
Yes, yep.
Yes. Commissioner, I tender what are provisionally marked numbers 2113 through to 2147, which includes the documents referred to in his statement, although the list includes previously marked exhibits as well.
Sure.
I'm informed also that at this point, to save any numbering headache, I can tender the documents relating to Ms Halbert, which are marked 2069 to 2122, so the balance of the exhibit.
All right, so the documents which are recorded as 2069 to 2147 in the schedule you've given me are admitted as exhibits with the numbers they bear in the schedule. Thank you.
Mr Kimber, you are now retired.
I am.
When did you retire?
Officially in May 2019. I spent a period of from late June 2018 to May 2019 on, I think it was long service leave.
Now, before your retirement, you were employed in the Department of Social Services,
Yes.
and you set out in your statement a number of the positions that you held over the relevant years in the Australian Public Service.
Back to about 1983, I believe.
And between 2013 and 2019, you held various branch manager positions in the department in about 3 different branches, I think.
That'd be right, yes.
You joined the Department of Social Services on the 18th of September 2013, coming from the Department of Education, Employment and Workplace Relations.
That's true.
And between 1 October 2014 and 31 December 2014, your title was Branch Manager, SES Band 1 of the Social Security Performance and Analysis Branch in DSS.
Yes.
And who did you report to in that position?
At the time, Alana Foster, I think, was acting group manager. Paul McBride was the substantive group manager, but he was, I think, on a task force looking at welfare reform. And he returned to the position in early 2015.
One of the people who reported to you was Cameron Brown, an Executive Level 2 Director of Payment Integrity and Debt Strategy.
Yes.
You remained in the position of branch manager until about September 2016.
Yes, it was around about then. There was a group restructure underway during the early part of 16-17, but from recollection, it was around about September.
Yes. And you also recall that in about January 2015, Mr Brown left the Department of Social Services and was replaced by Ms Catherine Dalton who reported to you in his place. from
Yes,
that
yeah.
point. Yes. Now, could you outline for the Commission briefly the responsibility of the Social Security Performance and Analysis Branch, please?
Well, the branch sat within the broader social security sort of policy group, of which Paul McBride headed up. The branch had a very strong focus on data analytics and reporting. It was responsible for the data associated with working age payments, that'd be New Start and Youth Allowance Other at the time, and Youth Allowance Student. Also for pension data, that's your age pension and disability support pension, carers allowance, things like that. Also family tax benefit, and probably the area of most interest to the Commission here was the debt and compliance. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it's in my statement.
Yes.
Which looked after the reporting and monitoring of debt levels, compliance activities. A thing we used to call, or probably still do, payment accuracy, which is whether the right person's been paid at the right amount at the right time, and reporting through the annual report and things like that. There was another section that looked after the broader relationship with a DHS, primarily around the performance measures that were in the bilateral management agreement, and a quarterly, whether it was quarterly or 6 monthly, I can't recall exactly, but I think it was quarterly reporting of that data as well as supporting the management meetings between the two agencies, not the day-to-day ones that might have happened between policy and program areas, but more broadly around the reporting and the relationship, quarterly and 6 monthly meetings.
When you say there was an aspect of responsibility for compliance and debt management, you're talking about the programs administered by the Department of Human Services in a day-to-day sense?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, yes, we'd keep a broader eye on things in terms of debt levels and compliance activity and things like that, but it wasn't the day-to-day management or anything like that of those particular programs.
Yes, sorry, I think I expressed my question poorly.
But
What was administered by DHS on a day-to-day basis was overseen in a broader basis from a higher level. Yeah,
and if memory serves me correctly, those broader aspects were referenced in the bilateral management agreement. DHS would produce either on an annual or I can't remember exactly, a compliance plan that they were going to adopt. I mentioned before the random sample survey for payment accuracy. Those broad sort of things were what we'd look at.
Reflecting a distinction between policy and oversight responsibility and within DSS and the service delivery responsibility within DHS.
Yep.
And you say in your statement that your branch's responsibility was ensuring appropriate policy settings were in place to ensure the integrity of the social welfare payment system.
That's right.
And by integrity, you mean making sure the right payments go to the right people in the right
Yes,
place
broadly,
at the right
that's
time.
right, yes, yeah.
Another part of your branch's function was to respond to DHS requests for instructions concerning appeals in relation to decisions of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal.
Yes.
Or the Federal Court of Australia.
I think there was a few of those, yes. Yeah, they weren't thick on the ground, but there was a few, yeah.
The responsibility in responding to requests for instructions by DHS in respect of those categories of appeals didn't mean that DSS, that is your branch, was the litigant in the process, did it?
No. I don't recall that at all, no.
It was DHS who was the appellant a party to the litigation.
That'd be my recollection. We'd provide some advice where there might have been a particular issue of policy or interpretation around that that was required, for the appearance of the appeal.
Do you remember a document, just while we're on this topic, entitled the Standing Operational Statements, which set out the circumstances in which DHS would raise matters with...
Look, the actual name rings a bell, but I couldn't tell you anything about it.
That's all right.
It was probably something that would have been handled by our legal area, because if memory serves me correctly, if DHS wanted advice around an appeal, it would come through our legal area, then come to us for sort of policy advice and things like that, then go back up through that avenue. It wasn't a direct relationship with the DHS legal area that I recall.
Right. Just dealing with that question, you from... Sorry, just let me get my reference. During the period where you were in charge of the branch, and that is, the branch's function was to respond to DHS requests for instructions concerning appeals, do you recall whether there were instructions sought directly from DHS or through DSS legal branch in respect of appeals in the AAT in the early part of 2017?
I can't speak about the early part of 2017 because I wasn't the branch manager responsible for that area anymore. So I'm not aware. No, I'm not aware, but it wasn't my responsibility either. Yeah.
Do you recall who was the branch manager during that period of time, to test your memory?
And look, I referenced this in my statement, that when the Ombudsman approached the department in early 2017, that I got a call from Emma Kate McGurk, who I think was acting at that time, who was substantive in the position. I can't recall.
That's right. We might come to it in due course.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. And before I leave the topic of the responsibilities of the Social Security Performance and Analysis Branch, you identify in your statement another responsibility was the preparation of costings of proposals relevant to policy functions, including proposals made by the Department of Human Services.
Yes, in some aspects. That's
some
right.
aspects.
Yep. So there's costing models that were agreed with the Department of Finance for a range of activities,
Yes.
And they were held within my branch and utilised to provide costings to Department of Finance.
And your recollection is that it was your branch who did some costings for the March 2015 new policy proposal advanced by the Department of Human Services.
That's my recollection, yep.
That is the proposal which was implemented as a budget measure that year and had a 4-year lifespan.
Yes, yeah.
Which came to be known ultimately.
Yeah, that's right. It had a different name at the time, I suspect.
Yes. Now, your first involvement in a proposal that resembled what became the online compliance intervention program, and in the 2016-2017 financial year, and was preceded by the manual compliance intervention program in the 2015-2016 year, was as early as about October 2014, when your branch was approached by some people in the Department of Human Services.
As I recollect it, and also too with the I think my recollection is probably based on the examination of the emails at the time. Yeah.
That was a relatively informal approach by DHS at that time, as I read your statement.
In October, look, and I think this is in my statement, I think it was a meeting whereby the proposal was outlined.
Perhaps if your statement could be pulled up, mki.9999.0001.002. Exhibit 2214. And if we could go to page 0005. Sorry. Thank you. And in paragraph 32, you identify in the preparation for your statement a calendar record 20 October 2014, described as 2015-16 budget follow-up meeting.
Yes, and I think from my statement also too, there was a prior meeting around about mid-October, the 14th.
If you go back to
Sorry.
paragraph 31, just over the previous page, please.
Yeah, so I think that was around, that would have been the sort of first approach that we had from DHS regarding this particular measure.
Yes.
The meeting that then you referred to in paragraph 32 was a follow-up.
Yes.
And looking at...
Just go to paragraph 32.
Sorry.
All right. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it just might assist you
Yep.
to see this.
That's better. I put different glasses on. Come on.
I'm not sure what happened there, but we'll just give it a moment.
Yeah, so that seems to have been a follow-up meeting to the previous meeting.
Yes.
But by the look of the records that I, mainly the meeting requests in the emails, it might have been a bit broader than just the measure that's of interest to the Commission. Yeah.
Yes.
Because there was a couple of people there, I think, that would not really have had an interest in it or influence on it. Yeah.
And who were they?
Mainly, I think Jan Bailey. That was payment accuracy. That's the random sample, and I think at the time we were looking to try and secure some additional funding, to bolster the random sample. Over time, the sample size had not diminished, but I think probably the pool of income support recipients had grown. So therefore, to try and bolster its statistical validity, we were also looking to secure funding. I can't remember whether we actually achieved that, but
Yes.
so.
So the topic of that meeting might have been a little broader than just this initiative.
Look, I think so, Council, yeah.
If we go to paragraph 34, you located another follow-up calendar meeting at your office for 27 October 14.
Mm-hmm.
But again, your memory is limited due to the passage of time.
That's right.
And there were no records made of the meeting that you...
Not that I recall, no.
But one of the upshots of this meeting or the series which you describe in your statement is that there was a request or a direction to get legal advice about the nature of the DHS proposal. And that was prepared, I think, in November and December of 2014. Or obtained.
Yes, that, yeah.
That is, whether the proposal fitted within the existing legislative framework was essentially the question.
That's essentially the question, yep.
Because it involved the use of averaging income.
That was the impression that we had from the meetings, yeah.
Yes. Now the Commission has been taken through this morning in quite some detail the legal advice and the policy advice produced in late 2014, and indeed many of the emails to which Mr Whitecross was copied throughout January and February 2015 in quite a bit of detail. It's fair to say that you refer to the emails that you've been able to identify that you were a party to in detail in the course of your statement. You identify your contributions to emails, identifying policy issues with the proposal as it developed in January.
As far as I could find in the emails,
Yes.
I had a chance to, yeah.
And to get to the point, both the policy advice and the legal advice which was prepared by DSS in that period of time strongly recommended that the policy did not fit within the existing legislative the proposal did not fit within the existing legislative and policy.
Yeah, it may not be supported by the legislative framework as it currently stood. Yeah.
Yes. If we move then to the 16th of January 2015,
Yep.
we'll go to paragraph 51 of your statement. You note here that you forwarded the 24 November 2014 advice request to Mr Whitecross, and you copied Ms Dalton, Mr Jones, Mr Barford. And at that time, Mr Whitecross was the acting group manager.
From memory, yes. Yep.
Yes, right. And the reason for this was because Mr Whitecross had asked for information in the context of what was being talked about with DHS at that point in time.
Yes, I would suspect that was the case, that there had been discussions across DSS and DHS at either group manager or DepSec level, and he was seeking some advice that we'd sought in late 2014.
And so while you understood that the advice, legal and policy, from 2014 was against the form of the proposal as it existed or was advanced to DSS at that time, it had resurfaced again.
Yes, yeah. Noting also too, there was a Christmas period there. The legal advice arrived, I think from memory, from the emails, late December.
Yes.
I think I made a note in my statement that I think the shutdown was imminent and probably not much happened with it. And about 16th of January is when people get back from the beach, I would suspect, and things started to pick up again. Yeah, so...
If we go to paragraph 55, this is your recollection of what happened with the legal advice received in late December. Your recollection is that the advice was not forwarded outside of DSS, including to DHS, and the records that you've examined are consistent with that. You say that wasn't unusual because it was the practice to not share legal advice unless it was asked for. Can you elaborate on that practice and how long it had been in existence, to your knowledge?
No, I think it probably just goes to a general view that in terms of keeping legal privilege, that, the legal advice was not shared. We might have made a summary of it or, provided some advice around it, because there might be some other policy, matters to include within that. So, and look, that's my recollection, generally, and the way that we operated. And I think on the other side, and look, I could be wrong, that DHS rarely shared any legal advice with us also too. It's not a tit for tat though arrangement, but it was just the way that
Common practice.
common practice. Yeah.
The point that you make in the next paragraph, paragraph 56, is that irrespective of whether the actual advice was shared, the substance of it was communicated clearly through the emails exchanged between DSS and DHS in those 10 days or so following 16 January 2015.
Yes, that'd be, that's right.
And would you agree with this proposition without going to all of the documents that it was shared in direct terms?
I think in particular, the email and there was attached commentary to I think it was a briefing to the Minister.
Yes.
The briefing itself had attachments. So the briefing was attached to the email, and the briefing itself had attachments. Was quite explicit in terms of one, the potential difficulties with this, and if memory serves me correctly, the overarching email from Kath Halbert pointed to that we had particular concerns with one of the measures that was being proposed.
You recall an email that you were involved in, I think on the 20th of January, in which attachment B, one of the attachments to the briefing, which was attached to the email, where the comments from DSS, particularly yourself, were put in boxes in...
Yes, that's what I'm referring to, yes.
That's the one you're referring to?
I think that was fairly... Look, I haven't read it for a couple of days, but but I think it was quite quite explicit. Yeah.
Yes. Again, Mr. Kimber, if you wish to see any of the documents on the way through, you can easily ask for them and they can be brought up. Yeah. But if we move forward then to the 23rd of January 2015, you recall that this was the day when Ms. Golightly emailed Ms. Halbert with a full copy of the proposal, which was said to take into account some comments from earlier in the week. Again, there was a reference to income smoothing being removed. That was taken out, but in all other respects, it was very similar to the proposal that had been the subject of your direct advice or explicit advice. Recall that?
Yes, yeah. Right. So I think the one we were referring to earlier was Ms. Halbert's advice to Melissa Ryan.
Yes.
Who was probably acting at that time of year. So then this other one was a follow-up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in response to Ms. Golightly's request of Ms. Halbert, she forwarded the document to yourself and Mr. Kimber.
Sorry?
For your consideration?
Yes, I think so. Probably through Mr. Whitecross, I think. But
yes, sorry. Yourself and Mr. Whitecross.
All right, okay.
And you recall that you prepared a response?
Yes, I think my team probably prepared it, and I cleared it, and then to go to back to Andrew. Mr. Whitecross.
If we could go to paragraph 76 of your statement. 75 and 76, thank you. Mr Whitecross responded to Ms Halbert, noting that you were preparing some edits, and then at 12:05 you sent the email which you just indicated was prepared by your team and cleared by you to Ms Dalton.
Yep.
And again, the Commission's been taken through that email in detail this morning, but I'm just refreshing your mind about the sequence of events. We go to paragraph 77. There is the email to Ms Halbert, again with similar comments. And you recall sending that email on that day?
I recall, having searched my emails from the time, yes.
Certainly.
But it does seem consistent, yes. Yeah.
We go down to paragraph 79. Later the same day, in the preparation for your statement at least, you found an email later the same day sent by Ms Halbert to Ms Golightly, and you were copied into it. And you observed that the dot points on the measure were trimmed down from what you'd sent to Ms Halbert earlier, and there was a change of language from the potential fundamental shift which had been taken out to a significant change, or some wording which was a little softer.
Yeah, having viewed the emails a few weeks back, I did note that. But I think in my statement there, I'd make the point that Ms Halbert was acting, Deputy Secretary. That was a matter for her, at her discretion, but still, it still contained, the general caution, around this.
That is that it may not be possible to amend legislation with retrospective
Yeah,
application.
that's right. There's that. Yes. Yep.
Now, you indicated that Ms Halbert was acting at the time. Prior to her acting, was her substantive position level with yours or higher than yours?
No, she was a group manager, so she would be an SES Band 2. She was a group manager within the same cluster, reporting to Serena Wilson, the Deputy Secretary. So it was another group within the cluster.
At your level?
No, she was at a higher level.
At higher level.
Yeah. She would have been equivalent to Paul McBride or Andrew Whitecross, who was acting group manager. Yeah.
Make the point at paragraph 80 that although there had been some modification of the language that you'd sent in your email to Ms Halbert, it still noted that the approach would involve legislative change and the question of retrospectivity was adverted to. The next email that occurred that day that you've been able to locate was one later that night at 5:59 p.m. If Exhibit 2082 DSS.5024.0001.0086 could be produced. I just have a moment, that doesn't seem to be it.
think the code should be DSS 5024 0001 0086.
Thanks, Ms Hogendoren.
If that's correct, that's Exhibit 2100.
Indebted to my learned friend. I couldn't figure out where the incorrect digit was. You were copied into this email, Mr. Kimber. It's the one at the top, which Melissa Golightly responds to Kath Halbert following her email shortly after 3 o'clock that afternoon. You see that?
Yes, yep.
And the indication from Ms Golightly, who was then a Deputy Secretary in DHS, was that we'll make the changes you suggest, certainly happy to keep working on any ledge issues and costings, etc. Do you now recall receiving the document, that email?
Look, I don't recall it, but, you know, having searched my emails, you know, a few weeks back, I found it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not surprising, you know, after we'd sent comments, or DSS had sent comments over that Ms Golightly would acknowledge those.
Yes. To your recollection, and I appreciate it would be based largely on the searches you've conducted, have you identified whether the changes that were suggested were made in the proposal, or rather that were suggested in Ms Halbert's email?
Is this, we're talking about a brief or actually a proposal? Sorry to be...
No, that's all right.
Because I think...
Because this was a change to a brief.
This was a brief, not a proposal. Well, the proposal was being outlined in the brief. Does that... I'm sorry to be a bit pedantic.
That's fine.
But whether the changes were made... I think there was something that came back that that we did see.
It arrived,
but it might have been after the minister had considered it. I just, sorry, I haven't got my statement in front of me, but.
Yes, if we go to Exhibit 2142, DSS.5053.0001.00087_R. You can see that on...
That's what I was referring to, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so that there was a circle back. Yeah.
Yes. There must have been a discussion, it appears, between yourself and Mr Britton at about that date.
Yep, that is what would it... That's what that would indicate, yep.
Do you have any independent recollection?
No, I don't, but I think the email suggests that there was.
And as a result of that discussion, you were forwarded the copy of the final brief that was sent from DHS to Mr Morrison.
Yep.
And to the extent that any changes were made, as foreshadowed by Ms Golightly back on the 23rd of January, they would have appeared in the attachment there for the minister.
Yes, as I said, I'm not sure whether we saw a copy of the brief after that Ms. Golightly signed off on.
Yes.
Yep, prior to the signed copy coming back on the 26th of, well, yeah, of February. Other areas may have, but that was the first that I'd,
Yes.
yeah.
Between 23 January 2015 and 26 February 2015, there, and whenever the brief was redrafted, if it was, you didn't have an opportunity, to your recollection, for
Not that
any
I recall,
further
yeah.
input.
And I couldn't find any, yeah, from my search of the emails.
So between that date and this date, what you're left with is a brief was forwarded by DHS to Minister Morrison. It was signed by Minister Morrison and returned to DHS, and then it comes to you as the start of something which is proposed to be developed into new policy proposals for the budget.
I would think so.
Yes. If you go to Exhibit 2111, DSS.5053.0001.0103 you then forward the document to Paul McBride, Kath Halbert, and Serena Wilson.
Yes, yep.
And you understood that when the Minister had signed the brief and indicated that something should be pursued or something should be discussed, it meant that the pursuit of the marked proposals was in fact to be pursued with a view to a new policy proposal.
That'd be my understanding from the, yep, from 35 years in the public service. Yeah, Minister had asked for that, yep.
And that's what you are indicating to the Deputy Secretary and others who have relevant input.
That's right, yes, yeah. Now, they may have received that brief through other avenues.
Yes.
But I was just alerting them, yeah.
You received it and it was important that you made sure that the relevant people had seen it and you communicated your understanding of the effect of it. And you recall from your perusal of the brief, the signed brief in the preparation for your statement, that it retained a note that DSS had advised legislative change would also be needed to implement a particular initiative. And that at least accorded with the DSS position which had been expressed in various
The
forms.
advice that went back over, you know,
Yes.
in late January, yes.
Go to paragraph 88 of your statement, please. Again, in the preparation of your statement, you located a meeting request regarding a new policy proposal the day after Mr Britton forwarded you the signed minute from Minister Morrison. It was initially sent by Mr Withnell, and then there was another change which indicated that meeting arrangement was cancelled by Mr Withnell and replaced with one sent by your executive assistant on your behalf to the other attendees, which probably reflected, as you say, a change of meeting room that had been booked for the meeting.
That's right, I think. Because memory serves me correctly, only internal people could book meeting rooms within the DSS offices. Yeah, not unusual in that practice.
Yes.
And I think I said earlier on in my statement also too that often wherever a room was available, that such was a high demand.
Yeah. We could go to exhibit, well, it's DSS.5023.0002.2174. This is an email sent by you to Ms. Emma Kate McGurk, Ms. Halbert and Mr. McBride on Sunday the 15th of January 2017, and indicates perhaps that you were on holidays the previous week.
I was, yeah.
And you were asked, it seems, to recall some details about how it was that budget measure came to be introduced in the context of an impending ombudsman investigation. And you cast your mind back 2 years to January 2015 and outlined your recollection of the meeting that was organised the day after you received the signed new policy proposal from Mr. Britton. That's the context?
Yep, that's what I recall.
All right. And so, as compared to your memory now, this is the best recollection that you would have of that day? Again, I know you're nodding. Everything's being recorded, so you've just give a verbal response.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, yep.
And so if we could go to the body of the email and pull out the period background through to the, yes, a bit further down. Thank you. In the background, you describe the nature of the advice that was given in the lead up to the exchange of information between DSS and DHS about the proposed brief.
Hmm?
And then you outline your recollection of the 27 February meeting.
That's right, yes.
Mr. Withnell, what level was he?
Look, I don't know exactly how the DHS, but I think he was a band 2, equivalent to a group manager.
Yes.
But I'd called them not national managers, maybe a general manager in DHS. I can't remember the exact title, but equivalent of band 2, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this was really for the purpose of DHS outlining the revised proposal that was described in the meeting invite as an NPP
Yes, yep, that
meeting. Yes. What was clear, at least in 2 parts of your recollection at that time, was that what was conveyed by the representatives of DHS was that the new approach would not change how income was assessed or overpayments were calculated.
That's right.
And again, at the second last dot point, just below halfway, sorry, the last dot point, no change to how income was assessed or overpayments were calculated as part of the proposal. And then you added your recollection of an email dated 4 March.
That's right, yes.
Perhaps a week later.
Well, there's only 27 days in February, I think, in that year. Sorry, I don't. So I think it would either be the Monday or Tuesday afterwards.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't want. So it wasn't a extensive.
It wasn't a long period of time.
Wasn't a long period of time.
The point you're making is that things were moving very quickly.
And if memory serves me correctly, in budget time, if things aren't stitched up by late February, the bus has probably nearly already left the station. So, ERC is starting to meet.
the ERC was starting.
Oh, well, they will start to meet, through March and
Yes.
April, to things to be locked away, for the May budget.
And so 26 February, you get the signed minute from Mr Morrison through DHS. 27 February, there's a meeting and you're assured about some details by the representatives of DHS, and particularly that they wouldn't change how income is assessed or overpayments were calculated. Do you recall pressing them for any detail about how that was different to the proposal that had been advanced?
Not really, no, Council. No, I don't.
Looking back on it now, it doesn't seem like there's much difference in substance to what was being.
Yeah, possibly not, no. But I think I probably took the view that that our advice had been taken on board, and they were going to put in place arrangements that fit the legislative framework.
Was your understanding of what the minister had sought relevant to whether you pushed back on this and sought detail about how that was going to happen in view of the strong advice that had been given?
No, as I said before, I think, most likely have taken the view that that the advice had been taken on, and they were going to put in place arrangements that fitted within the legislative framework.
All right. I could have DSS.5023.0002.2176 brought up, please. It's not the document. I must have the wrong number again. Exhibit 2417, DSS.5006.0002.4093. Two 147, not 2417. Thank you. Apologies for the delay there, Mr. Kimber.
Okay.
Her email to Ms McGurk in 2017 referred to receiving the NPP on 4 March 2015, soon after the meeting on the 27th of February 2015. And this is the email trail which you are referring to there.
Is that? This is an email to Paul McBride. Is that what you're?
Can I provide a copy of the full email to the witness? It may assist his recollection.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is an email about some costings, is that right? I think that's, yeah.
Would it also assist us if I provided the attachment?
Thank you.
So this was attached to the email of 4 March, is that right, to Paul?
4 March.
Yeah. Okay, which would appear to be similar to the new policy proposal that came across on the 4th from DHS to be included in the portfolio budget statement, is that right?
That's right.
Is that, sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay. It looks like I've got different versions of the documents. I think that's where the issue lies.
Yep.
The point was that the following Wednesday, after the meeting on the 27th of February 2015, DHS provided a draft of a new policy proposal to DSS for inclusion in the DSS portfolio budget submissions.
Yes, that's right. That's not that email though.
No, the attachment.
But they did. That was the attachment to the 4 March email from DHS, from my recollection from the emails. Yeah.
So the second document you have there is the attachment of which is the draft new policy proposal to be included in the portfolio budget submission.
Yes, by the look of it, yes, yep.
And if I could just have that document back from you now.
Yes, given it's set.
I know I just need to make sure that I'm going to refer to the correct one being brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I'm now informed that the attachment I provided you is not the attachment to the first email I provided you, but it may well be the attachment to the email you're searching for.
Certainly, I'm looking at an email of the 4th of March that's supposed to attach a legal advice, and I haven't heard that mentioned yet. That's under.
If I could ask that exhibit with the number DSS.5002.2195_R be placed on the screen. If I can just go to page 2, the second page of that document. Yes, thank you. Mr. Kimber, although there are redactions in the document, if we go back to the first page. Thank you. This is the draft of the new policy proposal, or that aspect of it, which was forwarded from DHS to DSS, according to your records, on 4 March 2015, for inclusion by DSS in the DSS portfolio budget submissions.
If that was the one, attached to the email?
That you just saw then, yes.
Yeah, if that was it, it's a lengthy document, and yeah.
All right. But the point that I'm making is that the content of the document is drafted by DHS rather than DSS.
Yes.
And again, you can say that from your many years of experience in DSS, as well as what occurred on that day when you received the email.
Mm-hmm. That was drafted by DHS.
Yes. If we can go to page 2199 of the draft provided by DHS and pull it out. Under the heading legislation, you can see at this point there are 3 categories.
Mm-hmm.
3 categories. The third 2.2 is legislation required. The answer is no. That part of the draft NPP was also completed by DHS in the document that was forwarded on the...
As far as I know, yes. Yeah.
That is, to your knowledge, the insertion of that yes-no answer, or that answer in the yes-no column, did not reflect advice from DSS about that question of whether legislation was required for the policy.
Well, that was DHS's, assessment of whether that proposal required legislative change.
Thank you. And to go back to the proposal in the terms that it was drafted by DHS at page 2196, if the bottom part of the page under the second redacted portion could be pulled out. Thank you. This was the way in which DHS presented their draft of the NPP to DSS on 4 March. And if we go over to the next page, 2197, and pull out the passage before the first redacted portion, the second dot point referred to the new approach not changing how income is assessed and overpayments are calculated. That was consistent with the message that was conveyed to you by DHS representatives in the meeting on 27 February 2015.
That's correct.
Did you notice that 866,857 interventions had turned into 866,857 customers? Or was that not something that would have worried you?
It's probably not something I would have picked up on, sorry, Commissioner. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
For completeness, I'll just confirm with you the email that it was attached to and have that brought up. It's Exhibit 2103. And if we can pull out the bottom half of the page. Thank you. You can see that on the 4th of March at about 11:56 a.m, it is sent from the Budget Coordination and Publications Centre within DSS. Firstly, can I confirm that there is such a branch or division or group within DSS that deals with
There
the
was,
budget?
whether there was publications tacked onto it, but there was certainly a budget cohort area. Yeah.
And that's the central point for the recipient of NPPs, which are to be...
Those things that's right to do with, especially when you get to the final stages of things. Yep, would go through that.
And the email reflects that Ms Wilson, the Deputy Secretary, had requested the NPPs that DHS had sent through for inclusion in the 2015-2016 portfolio budget submission, and that's a submission by DSS. The portfolio budget submission is one made by DSS, even though it includes...
Well, it was the Social Security portfolio, yeah, overall, which included, DSS and DHS, yeah.
All right.
Commissioner, we'll ensure that an unredacted version is furnished, but I'm instructed that the Assistant Director's name was Terence McDonald, MC, if that's of assistance.
Thank you. And if we then go back to the top part of the page... Thank you. You can see that it is sent then to Mr Whitecross, yourself and Alana Foster. And the final version of it goes between your two email accounts, is that right?
Yes.
And there are various policy proposals there, but the attachment that we've just looked at is the relevant one.
Which is the last one, strengthening the integrity of welfare payments, yep.
Thank you. If that exhibit could be taken down. I could have exhibit 1401 CTH.3023.0006.8874_R. Thank you. The following day, Mr Kimber you send an email to Mr Britton and Mr Ryman, copying in Ms Dalton, where you make a note here that comments made in respect of the new policy proposal included advice that the new policy proposal does need to indicate legislative amendment will be required. And was that in respect of the strengthening the integrity of welfare payments measure?
I hadn't located this email, my apologies, and I did see it this morning through the council. It's not explicit about whether that applies to the strengthening the welfare one. I'm reading it.
Yes, okay.
It goes to potentially other ones.
The administrative sanctions component?
Yeah, it could be, because I remember that was another proposals, and that did have some legislative requirements, I understand. So it could be that one.
It could be
Yeah, it could be.
one of the others in addition to.
It could be. It's not entirely clear.
But hadn't you got an advice from Mr Hertzberg about this?
Mr Hertzberg,
Yes.
not sure.
Which said that it might need legislative amendment to give the ATO data precedence over information from other sources. That's my note. Not ringing any bells?
Sorry, it doesn't ring any bells, Commissioner, sorry.
I have a document, if it could be brought up, DSS.5006.002.4235_R. There may not be a redacted version. Thank you. Just to be clear, if the header could be called out. This is an email from Mr Hertzberg to a number of people, including yourself, Mr Dalton, Wednesday, 4 March 2015. You can see that.
Yes, yeah.
And it refers to a discussion earlier that day, it seems, between Mr Hertzberg and Ms Dalton. Do you have any recollection of that?
No, I don't, Council.
All right. We can go to page DSS.5006.0002.4236, down to proposal 7. Mr Hertzberg was a principal legal officer within the DSS. Do you recall him?
No, I don't, no.
Right. Just proposal 7, please. It's not necessary to see proposal 6. If proposal 7 could be called out, then that might be easier. Thank you. This was Mr Hertzberg's advice to Ms Dalton, to which you were copied. And it refers in the second paragraph that the point identified in the response to the draft executive minute by yourself and Mr Whitecross and your respective teams, that is the PAYG ATO data would be given primary evidence, was something that might require amendments to legislation. You can see that there now.
Yes, yeah.
But I take it that you don't have an independent recollection of this.
No, I don't, no. Clearly I was copied into it.
Yes.
And you know, and it seemed to be prior to that email, then on later in the 4th or the 5th or whenever it was.
I think it was the following day.
The following day, that it may have, it may be related to that, but it wasn't clear.
Not on the face of the email itself.
That's right.
No, but
If that's what it was referring to. But I don't have any actually recollection of that.
Commissioner, could I provide a full copy? It is quite a lengthy email, 7 or 8 pages.
Thank you.
It may be that seeing the whole of the document might further assist.
Commissioner, the email currently on the screen is not yet exhibited. I'll tender it, or I do tender it.
Is that going to disrupt an exhibit list? I'll just look at your solicitors to see if they look anxious. And do we need to give it a B-type number or?
It could be added to the end of the current numbering.
So it can be 2148?
Yes, that's
Right, thank you.
Just to make
had the opportunity to read through that.
Yes, I have, and obviously relates to a range of measures, each of which potentially had some type of legislative requirement, it would seem. But it notes that it would depend on the detail of what was being proposed as well too.
For completeness then, I'll take you to Exhibit 2147, DSS.5006.0002.4093_R. Again, this is still the 4th of March 2015. This is your email to Mr McBride, referring to matters which have been provided by DHS through our budget area, and making a reference to the PAYG proposal, which you saw earlier.
That's right, yep.
And your reiteration that based on preliminary legal advice, we believe there may be some legislative changes required. That's what was conveyed there?
Yes. Seems like a note of caution.
Yes.
It really depended on the way that it was implemented, I think.
But that you suggested it be noted on the NPP.
Yes, yep.
Which
would then possibly fit with my email of the next day.
Yes. And it would do two things. One, it would line up with the email the previous day or that earlier that day, and it would also ensure that the government wasn't taken by surprise when they
I think
considered the
that's
proposal.
what I've noted
because
there. That's right.
instead of saying no, it would say yes.
Yep. I'll just come back to the previous email from David Hertzberg which I was copied into. I'm not sure, 'cause I suspect he may have been basing his advice on the summary of the measures that was provided in the email of 2 March, which was prior to the final copy of the MPP that we received from DHS. Now, I haven't read it in detail, but I was just looking at the chain of events. Perhaps it's not relevant at all. But the proposition you were putting earlier that my email back to DHS suggesting that legislative changes should at least be noted in some way for government, is a reasonable proposition also too.
Yes.
Yeah. So they both sort of.
Just so I understand, you're saying he mightn't have been talking about the NPP, or he might have been talking about an earlier version of it, or
Possibly, Commissioner, that, because the email trail here was sent from Catherine Dalton on the 2nd of March. Now, we didn't receive the NPP from DHS, as far as I know, until late on the 4th. So he may have been basing it. Now, they might be the same. I haven't read them in detail. As you'd understand here, but I just point that out. But the proposition that Council was making that my comments back to DHS could have been based on this is also,
okay, I think it was my proposition to begin with.
Sorry?
Anyway. But thank you for
Yeah, I just,
we'll look more
pointing that
closely.
out.
Going back then to January 2017, when you set out your recollection of the meeting in January 15 to Ms McGurk, your review of the documents indicates that you were at that point, that is 2017, aware of the potential Ombudsman's investigation.
Yes, yeah. I received a phone call from Ms McGurk whilst I was on leave. Yeah.
Your recollection, according to your statement, that exhibit can be taken down, thank you. Your recollection, according to your statement, is that you don't recall attending the Ombudsman's meeting, a meeting in anticipation of an Ombudsman's meeting.
That's correct.
I'll just, for completeness,
It wasn't. It's 17438.
and this really just provides you an opportunity to comment on it, ask that Exhibit 145 be produced, DSS.5035.0001.001. This exhibit, Mr Kimber, are the notes made by Ms McGurk of a meeting on 15 January 2017, and the attendees are listed there, which appear to include yourself.
That's right.
You've had the opportunity to review this, I think.
Yes, I
Short time
saw
ago.
it yesterday.
Saw it
Actually,
yesterday?
yes, I did. That was the first I'd seen of it.
Yes, and you had the opportunity to read through it.
Yes, yep.
Did it prompt any recollection?
Look, not a recollection of actually participating in the meeting. However, Ms McGurk was a trusted colleague, and if she'd noted that I was there, I'd probably accept that. I don't actually remember participating. I do note though that the matters that are noted there, I am familiar with as well too. From
What do you mean you're familiar with those?
well, either from the time that I spent in the business integrity area, or whatever it was called. Yeah.
There's a reference at the bottom of the page to not averaging all the time, if left with no other option, average. You can see that.
I can.
And over the next page, it says not income smoothing, using averaging where no other info. Do you see that?
Yes, yep.
When you say that you're familiar with those matters, do you include the reference to the averaging of income?
Well, not specifically averaging of income, more that from recollection, there was DHS had the capacity to draw on other information if they'd exhausted all avenues to secure information from the customer or other and look at other information that would substantiate a debt being raised.
Other avenues, you mean the power to compel information from previous employers and the like?
That's right. It could be a range of ways to do it, and I think I understood that to be part of their. I think at the time it was called an operational blueprint or something like that that they referred to. It's probably called something different now. So the secretary or the delegate was able to take that information into account when doing that.
Were you aware of the requirement in the operational blueprint that there still had to be evidence which would be sufficient to prove a debt?
I would suspect there would be, but I'm not entirely familiar with the way that it would be, probably not entirely familiar with the way it was used either. It would have been used in a number of different scenarios, I could imagine. But it was there. But I would think that a requirement to be able to substantiate the debt would be a reasonable thing to have in such guidance.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Hogan, Durant?
Nothing, Commissioner, save just to note for the record, my understanding is that was not a meeting, it was a teleconference, but I don't know that that raises any further matter for Mr. Kimber.
Thank you. It just makes it a bit less likely that it would really resonate in your memory, I should think.
But, as I said before, I don't, have a recollection of it. However, a very trusted colleague has put that on the record that I was there, and I'd be, I would accept that.
Thanks, Mr. Kimber. Do you want Mr. Kimber excused?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kimber. You're excused.
Thank you.
I'm going to need you to get me that brief, please. This is doing no good at all. See what you can do.
The next witness is Ms. Halbert. I understand she's just being brought to the room.
Thank you. What witnesses do we have tomorrow?
Ms. Campbell at 9:30 and Mr. Withnall to follow that.
Now, Ms. Halbert, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, Commissioner.
All right. Could you just stand for a moment and I'll get that administered?
Your response is I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Commissioner, could I provide the bundle, which I understand may assist this
Right.
last witness?
These will be hard copies. You'll also see documents on the screen. So just whichever way works better for you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you. Commissioner, Ms Halbert, can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Catherine Elizabeth Halbert.
And you received a notice to give a statement and produce documents NTG-0092 dated 15 November 2022.
That's correct.
And you provided your statement in response in two parts. The first dated 22 November 2022 and the second dated 25 November 2022. And there were a number of attachments or documents to which you referred in the course of your statement.
That's right.
Right. You've had the opportunity to peruse that hard copy compilation of the documents you refer to, as well as some additional documents.
That's right.
Ms Halbert, you were acting as the Deputy Secretary Social Security in place of Serena Wilson from 23 January 2015 to 9 February 2015.
That's correct.
I should indicate before I start your evidence that the Commission has reviewed a large number of the documents involving yourself, Mr Kimber and Mr Whitecross in the period December and January already today. So, but you are of course at liberty to ask that any particular document be pulled up on a screen and referred to in the course of your evidence. You were aware prior to taking over from Ms Wilson on the 23rd of January 2015 that there was interest from DHS in developing a brief for the DSS Minister, Mr Morrison, in respect of potential proposals which might be developed as new policy proposals for that budget that year.
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were involved in providing or communicating policy and legal advice in respect of one of those particularly, which was described as the PAYG clean-up.
That's correct. May I clarify something?
Yes.
So I think on reviewing the documents, excuse me, that my sending of comments over to DHS started when I was, excuse my voice, just
Right.
have a sip. Started when I was in my group manager role, because I was a coordination point between DSS and DHS. Excuse me, can everyone hear me okay? But then I moved into the acting role, and I think then I was more instrumental in participating in the comments, so to speak.
Yes, I think your role as the group manager being a coordination point probably started at around 12 January.
Something like that, yeah.
Or perhaps even a little earlier, yes.
Yeah.
But things developed to the point where there was very clear advice from DSS communicated, if not through you, then
Yes.
copied to you from
About 21 or something.
2021.
22 or something like that.
Yes,
January.
January 2015. Throughout that week, and then there was, you may recall, a meeting between Mr Whitecross and others from DHS, where there was strong views that conveyed.
I'm not sure that I
Aware of
recall that directly.
Right. But then we moved to the Friday, the 23rd of January 2015, and you are acting at a level which is the equivalent to the level of Ms Golightly in DHS.
Correct.
What do you recall of your interactions with Ms Golightly up to that point in respect of this measure?
Seemed just fairly cordial relations. And from my review, I don't have a great recollection particularly, but from my review of documents, it seems like a friendly relationship and exchange of comments, and DHS seemed to be happy to receive those comments. And I think it might have been the 23rd of January that the last comments were sent over, and I think Ms Golightly said something to the effect of, thanks for those comments, we'll put them in, have a good weekend. I mean, that would be reflective of our relationship. I don't perceive any problem there.
The sequence of emails that day indicates that despite the strong position advanced by DSS earlier that week, and you might recall a draft of an attachment B which contained comments in a box. To your mind, and at least on your review of those comments, they were in very clear terms that the proposal wasn't supported in the current legislative framework or the current policy framework.
That's what I have reviewed, and that's my recollection. Yeah.
Yes. Irrespective of that position, Ms Golightly sends you a draft of the executive minute to be sent to Minister Morrison on the Friday morning and asks for your comments. You can have a look at it, yes.
If that's in my statement, that's correct, yes. That morning, I'm not sure. This is the 23rd of...
Yes.
I'm up to the 23rd in my statement now.
Are you looking at your statement?
I'm looking at page 11 of my statement.
Paragraph 58, I believe.
The email in that morning, and we've seen it earlier today, refers to Ms Golightly's congratulations on you acting in Ms Wilson's position as Deputy Secretary and time spent yesterday with Ms Rule and Mr Withnell. You say you can't recall the meeting or its substance or why you would have had a reason to meet with...
I do vaguely recall meeting with Catherine Rule, and that was unusual, that's why I remember it, but I don't actually remember the substance of the meeting.
The email continued, as you say, we've made provisions to the draft brief to try and explain more clearly what the proposals involve and address comments from you the other day. Mm-hmm. And you've reviewed that document in the course of your preparation, and note that you were provided with a complete copy of a draft executive minute, which included the PAYG proposal.
Yes.
On your review of that document, did it appear to you that any changes had been incorporated in respect of the PAYG proposal?
If I'm talking about the right version and looking at my statement, in that statement I don't think our comments had changed substantially. I mean, I think our comments were incorporated in one way or another.
You do or you don't?
I do believe at that point, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I could have Exhibit 2064. Firstly, this is the email to you which attached...
Yes, I forgot that.
Yes, you've got that.
Sorry, I'm misreading my own statement here. So she's talking about, you're asking me about her comment that they had incorporated
her
those
comment, yes.
changes. Sorry. My review of the document was that it was essentially not that different from the document we'd seen. Sorry.
No, that's all right. We may have been at cross purposes there. Now, when you indicate in this email that you told Ms Golightly you would get back to her ASAP, do you recall if that was an email you sent or a telephone call that you made?
This is from review of documents. I think there must have been a conversation as well as this email, because I told Melissa that we would get back to her.
I see.
So I infer from that there was a conversation.
Do you recall in the course of that conversation or any subsequent conversation with Ms Golightly that day that she asked you or urged you not to be so direct in your comments in response as you had been earlier in the week?
No recollection of her asking me that.
No recollection?
Don't, no.
The email trail continues. Where you forward the document to Mr Kimber and Mr Whitecross and ask for their input. You've perused those documents in preparation for today?
Yes.
We go to paragraph 61, 62 and 63 of your statement.
Yes.
You can see you set out there sequence of events.
So would you like me to elaborate in any way on?
Yes, well, you can see that from your review of the documents, you sent the email at 10:57 a.m. to both Mr Kimber and Mr Whitecross.
Yep.
And you then added another email at 11:40 where you included a minor comment. That's right?
Correct.
And it was not in respect of the body of the PAYG proposal itself, it was in respect of some earlier broad or general information?
You're looking at paragraph 62.
Yes.
My recollection of this is that I think it was in the body of the minute, but I can't be sure of that without having it in front of me. But there was a paragraph that, and I've written this in my statement there, that talked about legislation and policy and a significant change to a fundamental change to social security principles or something. And then a sentence had been added about DSS advised that care will need to be taken to ensure that people who are doing the right thing are not inadvertently captured by the strengthened regime. And although my editing and comment putting in is not very good, I can see under the highlighting that's the sentence to which I'm referring when I say I had a minor comment, I don't think we need this.
I think Exhibit 2057 is the attachment. That could be brought up. We could just see the full page, please.
I think it's on the next page.
Yes, and go to the next page. And pull out paragraph 7.
So if you see the whole most of the paragraph is highlighted, but the comment relates to that underlined sentence.
Yes, that you didn't think you needed to add that last bit.
I just felt the previous, I think, reviewing it now, I would have thought the previous sentences captured that as well. That is part of the social security policy and legislation and beneficial nature of the social security law.
Yes. We go back to your statement then, at paragraphs 61 through to 63. You can see that in response to your earlier email at 10:57, Mr Kimber sends you a draft or his response with various details and views.
Yes.
If Exhibit 2058 could be produced, DSS.5024.0001.0017.
Get a bit closer. Yes, I've reviewed that document a few times.
You've reviewed that document, and you recall that that was effectively the content of what he provided to you?
I don't recall, but I can see that it was.
You accept that that's what he said to you? And again, he made it very clear in his comments back to you that there were a number of legal and policy problems with the proposal.
Yes.
And in his attachment, you'll recall from your review of the documents at least, that he highlighted various passages and inserted various comments.
I do recall seeing that. I don't believe I've got it right here.
You don't have that?
No, I don't think so. Well, I haven't got the reference to look that up. Can anyone tell me the reference in this folder?
Perhaps if we could go to Exhibit 2059.
I know it's in here somewhere. But
That's okay. I'll just have it brought up on the screen.
yeah, that's
You might be able to see it there. Paragraph 7 includes some highlighting and comments. You can see that. And if we go page 0029, there is a dot point which is highlighted, apparently reflecting
that's right.
his comment, where he noted that the proposal fundamentally changes the assessment of income.
Yes.
Go to Exhibit 2060. You might recall, Ms Halbert, that you received a response from Mr Whitecross shortly before 3 p.m. that afternoon.
I have seen that document.
You have seen the
Yes,
document,
yeah.
yes. Can I take it from the way in which you're answering that you don't have an independent recollection of these events, but have reviewed the documents?
Yeah, I have a vague. I recall being there and being part of these comments and so on. I don't have recollection of this time of day and next time of day that we sent this, that, the other, but I have the gist of it.
Yes, all right. Now, his response indicates that he's pared back the edits in the brief and the covering words below to cover the main points of the edits. Now, your response to Ms Golightly is about 10 minutes later. Does that fit with your recollection based on your review of the documents?
Based on the review of the documents, the comments that were sent back, I believe, reflected that paring back of the comments.
But also in terms of the timing, it wasn't long after you
No, I don't believe so. Yeah.
received Mr Whitecross' email that you then responded to.
I think we were working on the basis of some short time frame in the first place, and so this all was moving fairly quickly.
Now, do you recall having a conversation that is over the telephone with Mr Whitecross while he was out of the office or returning from an appointment on his way back to the office, where you talked to him about the need to soften the language?
I don't recall that. But I have seen an email just today, I think, from 2020, where Mr Whitecross says I was saying to soften the language. That's not language I would normally use, I don't think, but that's what I've seen in this email. I don't have any recollection of those.
Do you have any recollection of a disagreement with him?
No, I don't have a recollection of a disagreement with him, but we did frequently have different styles of writing, you know, and putting points across, that sort of thing. I wouldn't say, you know, it was a disagreement, but we would have a different approach often, not above and beyond this measure. It wasn't unusual.
Okay. Prior to you acting in Ms. Wilson's role, I think starting this particular day, did you and Mr. Whitecross effectively sit at an equal level in different areas closely related?
I was asked that earlier. I believe in this period he was acting or was at the group manager. I'm not sure whether he was acting or was at the group manager level, but that would be my normal level.
Your substantive position was group manager
That's
level,
right, yeah.
and he was either acting
Or I
substantive.
think he was acting, but
Right.
he was at that level.
Would you say that there was a difference in terms of experience or hierarchy which allowed you to make a suggestion to him or a direction to him, however it might be described, to tone down the language?
I think we would have had equal experience at that point in time in terms of our background, etc. As I say, we just had different styles.
And so, subject to you acting at Deputy Secretary level on this day, there was a relative equality between you, albeit different styles.
I would have thought so. I don't recall anything different.
And I take it then you don't recall that any exchange that you had on that day could be construed as a direction to him to tone language down?
I don't believe I would use that kind of language, but if I had further information that I thought it should impact on the comments we were making, I would have talked to him about that. I would have no hesitation to talk to him about that. I don't recall giving him direction, so to speak, and that's not my. I don't normally need to do that if I'm having a conversation with someone, but I don't have any recollection of this particular conversation.
Do you have any recollection of the importance of bearing in mind the relationship between DSS and DHS, at least at Deputy Secretary level, as being a factor in the way in which advice was conveyed?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. It's always incumbent on departments to work together cooperatively, excuse me, and where possible, provide advice that is agreed by both. It's not a good look to be providing ministers with, you know, conflicting advice. On the other hand, this was an important issue. We had expressed our views consistently and strongly, I think right up till the 23rd of January, about what we thought. So I don't think, excuse me if I'm straying from your question, but I don't think I would have tried to soften it because of the relationship. The relationship, as far as I was concerned, was fine. But there is a need where you can, and you can't always, to try to present a, you know, unified commentary to a minister rather than conflicting. But that was not the driving factor here. We'd been providing comments consistently.
Although, is it the case that, given the repeated request as it appeared on the Friday with a complete minute, which didn't really change anything despite the direct comments earlier in the week, that DSS are moving towards briefing a minister, and so there is an element where you would like to reach some agreement about how the language would be expressed?
Well, that would be normal, but as I say, this issue was, I was aware of the importance of this issue, and even up until the last communication, I think, on this, we were expressing our comments, and they were apparently being received positively by DHS. I mean, that seemed to be, well, at that level, they were being received positively. So I can't recall a conversation where we felt a need to change the language because of that reason. But there will always be fiddling and refining and different views on how it should be expressed. But I don't recall any conversation with Ms. Golightly about that.
Yes.
I'm sure we were having conversations generally about the minute, of course.
Well, you'd got Mr. Kimber's response, hadn't you? Why didn't you just act on it when you got it?
The comments that he sent me, I possibly thought that they were just too long and that we would need to send something that could fit into a brief over to DHS. possibly so that they wouldn't change it, and that might have been when I was talking with Mr Whitecross. I don't recall, but that might have been when I was talking with him about getting something a little bit more succinct and going to the point.
You refer in your statement at paragraph 69, if we could go back to that document.
Yes, I've got it here.
Sorry, 65, yes, we'll pause at 65. That the response you sent at 3:06 included what had been prepared, I think, by Mr Whitecross in his email,
That's my understanding.
which replicated to some extent what Mr Kimber had done, but you made a further amendment to a paragraph where you changed some language from fundamental impacts on to significant implications for.
Yeah, yes, apparently.
Was there an intention to soften language to DHS there?
I have no recollection of that, but just looking at it, I might instinctively use the word significant instead of fundamental. That might be a style issue, but I have no recollection of particularly wanting to change that.
And you also deleted the words, it could be expected some proposals will come under significant scrutiny.
Which I note was a comment we'd put in earlier before, so but I don't have any recollection of how that came to be deleted.
You were then included in emails which contained a advice that Minister Morrison has indicated he wanted a number of potential proposals to be brought forward for portfolio budget submissions.
Yes, I've seen that email, but I think I would have not been as directly involved by that point.
And you're referring here to paragraph 69 of your statement,
Yes.
which continues over to the next page.
Yes.
And you weren't as directly involved because you had stopped acting in the role of Ms Wilson at that time
That's right.
and returned to your substantive position as group manager.
Correct.
And in your substantive position as group manager, do you recall whether you had any responsibility at all for input into the draft new policy proposal?
Just this proposal. I don't recall having any direct input into the new policy proposal.
Was it within the area of responsibility of your group?
No, it was in Mr McBride's group. But I think I said in my statement, people were frequently acting in his position, but that responsibility for that proposal was in his group. But I would not, I wasn't involved, but just by observation, I note that even on the 26th of February, that Murray Kimber was still talking about needing words around potential legal risks and retrospectivity, which we had passed over to them previously. So it wasn't a dead issue, it was still a live issue on the 26th.
That's right. You were copied into those emails where...
And I assume that was because I had been involved in the minute. And also there was parts of the minute that were to do with my responsibility, I think something to do with students and possibly job seeker compliance or something like that, that were in my, but they weren't the PAYG proposal.
Certainly when you saw the emails from Mr Kimber referring to the need to note legislative change may be required, you understood that to be in reference to the PAYG component?
That's what I understood. It's reiterated that the PAYG proposal, yeah.
Now, in respect of your supplementary statement,
We're coming up to 4:30, Mr Gregory.
oh yes, I'll probably be a little bit longer than I
All
would be
right.
sufficient today.
I think we're going to have to get you back tomorrow, Ms Halbert. Now, look, I'm also concerned about Mr Withnall, who'll be coming from Adelaide, won't he, or will have come from Adelaide. Had we not better get him finished before we do?
Yes, Mr Scott's taking Mr Withnell.
Well, it would just be a pity if he came all the way and had to come back again.
Yes,
And Commissioner, he is here already. He's been waiting upstairs this afternoon
Yes.
reviewing documents.
Whereas Ms Campbell, I mean, it's inconvenient for her too, but at least she came for some purpose.
yes.
So I think it might be better to finish Ms Halbert, do Mr Withnell, and then go back to Ms Campbell.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. So, Ms Halbert, we'll start at 9:30 and finish your evidence.
All right, thank you.
Now, there was that exhibit from the other day, which was the, I'm struggling for the words, record book or whatever for the public interest immunity argument, which I had made a non-publication order in respect of part of, which was the statement of statutory declaration of Ms McGregor. I think I've been told since that it already was redacted, so there was no need for it to be the subject of any non-publication order.
I am being told it was redacted, so if that was the basis, not knowing that was the basis for having made the order, that sounds logically correct, Commissioner.
Yeah,
with respect.
so I'll lift that order, revoke that order. Thank you. We'll start at 9:30 in the morning.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.